Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
I always hated working the night shift. Everyone told me I'd get used to it, that eventually the silence and solitude would become comforting, maybe even peaceful. But for me, it never got easier. The emptiness of the store felt heavy and lonely, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead only making it feel colder, more sterile. Still, I needed the job, and the pay was decent enough that I could stomach it, at least most of the time. The convenience store sat at the edge of our quiet suburban neighborhood. Nothing exciting ever happened here, just the occasional teenager coming in late for snacks or someone needing milk at an odd hour. Usually I could spend the night shift mindlessly stocking shelves, cleaning counters, or simply sitting behind the register scrolling through my phone. I'd learned to tolerate the boredom. Tonight felt no different at first. It was just past 11, and the store was completely empty. Outside, the streetlights illuminated a vacant parking lot. I was leaning against the counter, half-heartedly reading a magazine when the store's phone rang, startling me from my daze. The shrill, old-fashioned ringtone echoed through the empty aisles. Frowning slightly, I picked it up and answered with my usual bored greeting. "Quick Mart, open 24 hours. How can I help?" Silence met my words. At first, I thought it was a bad connection, but then I heard it a soft, uneven breathing, like someone holding the receiver close, listening intently, but refusing to speak. "Hello?" I repeated, louder this time, irritation creeping into my voice. Still no answer, just that faint, disturbing breathing. I waited another few seconds, my heart starting to beat faster for no reason I could pinpoint. "Look, if you're not going to say anything, I'm hanging up," I finally said, trying to sound tougher than I felt. The line stayed silent, except for the unsettling breathing. With a frustrated sigh, I slammed the receiver down, dismissing it as a dumb prank call. For a moment, I stood there, the quiet of the store settling heavily around me again. I shook off the unease that had crept into my chest and tried to return to my magazine. But the phone rang again exactly 15 minutes later, sending a sharp jolt of anxiety through me. My hand hovered hesitantly above the receiver before I forced myself to answer it again. "Quick Mart," I said sharply. Again there was silence, just breathing, heavier this time. Then faintly I heard something else, a scratching sound, soft but distinct, like nails scraping gently against wood or metal. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice wavering slightly. "Stop calling here. It's not funny." No reply, just the breathing and scratching. My skin crawled, and I slammed the phone down, harder this time, fighting the urge to glance nervously around the empty store. I tried convincing myself it was probably some bored kids messing around, nothing more serious. But as the minutes dragged by, my discomfort only grew. When the phone rang again, precisely 15 minutes later, Dread twisted sharply in my stomach. I didn't answer it this time, hoping whoever was calling would grow bored and stop. They didn't. Every 15 minutes, the phone continued ringing persistently. My nerves were frayed, each ring amplifying my unease until I felt like I might scream. After almost an hour of trying to ignore it, something in me finally snapped. The next time it rang, I answered immediately, anger and fear mixing dangerously inside me. "What do you want?" I demanded harshly, my hands shaking slightly. Silence again, then the faint scratching resumed, louder now, closer somehow. I stood rigid, holding my breath as the scratching gave way to soft whispering. It was almost inaudible at first, but slowly it became clearer, chilling me to my core. "I'm watching you." The words were quiet, almost a hiss, but unmistakably clear. My blood went ice cold and I nearly dropped the phone in shock. "Leave me alone," I shouted into the receiver, my voice trembling. The line went dead immediately, leaving only a deafening silence behind. I slammed the phone down, panic surging through me. Glancing around frantically, my eyes darted toward the large windows at the front of the store. Outside, the parking lot was empty, bathed in the sickly orange glow of the streetlights. Yet the sensation of being watched was overwhelming, oppressive. I moved hesitantly toward the door, trying to steady my breathing. Unlocking it, I stepped cautiously outside, scanning every shadow, every corner of the parking lot. Nothing moved. No cars were parked nearby, and the night air felt deceptively calm. I began to think maybe I'd imagined it all, that stress and isolation were finally getting to me. But when I turned back toward the store, my heart stopped completely. Standing just beyond the glow of the lights, half hidden by shadow, was a figure, a person standing perfectly still, facing the store, facing me. I froze, unable to breathe, my pulse racing wildly. "Hello," I called out, barely louder than a whisper. "Who are you?" The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there silently watching. Fear took hold completely, and I stumbled backward into the store, locking the door quickly behind me. Hands shaking violently, I rushed to the phone and dialed 911, my voice cracking as I spoke to the dispatcher. "Someone's outside the store," I gasped, struggling to stay calm. "They're just standing there watching me. Please hurry." The dispatcher assured me officers would be there shortly, urging me to stay inside and lock all doors. I did as instructed, pressing myself against the counter and staring nervously toward the windows. My heart was pounding painfully, each second dragging endlessly until I finally saw flashing red and blue lights approach, bathing the parking lot in a reassuring glow. 2 officers stepped quickly from their patrol car, approaching the store with flashlights drawn. As they searched the perimeter carefully, my anxiety slowly began to ease. After several minutes, they came inside, asking questions and taking my statement. One officer, a woman with a kind face, gently tried to reassure me. "We didn't see anyone out there," she said softly, "but we'll keep patrolling the area tonight. Call us immediately if anything else happens." I thanked them weakly, feeling embarrassed yet still terrified. After they left, I replayed the security camera footage, desperate for reassurance. But as I watched, my blood ran cold again. On the grainy screen, standing motionless just outside the window, was the shadowy figure unmistakably real, unmistakably there staring straight at me through the glass. And worst of all, I knew without question that whoever had called me, whoever was watching me, was still out there somewhere, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. My hands trembled as I stared at the grainy security footage, rewinding it again and again, hoping desperately I'd imagined what I'd seen. But each time, the figure was unmistakably there, standing motionless outside the window, watching me. The image was blurry, barely recognizable, just a shadowy silhouette. Yet something about it radiated pure menace, sending chills straight down my spine. I tried to convince myself the police had missed something simple, that maybe the person had run off when they saw the patrol car approaching. But deep down, I knew the truth. This wasn't some bored teenager pulling a prank. Whoever it was had been methodical, patient, dangerous. The store around me felt smaller now, like the walls had begun closing in, trapping me inside with my fear. Every noise seemed magnified, a ticking clock, the hum of the refrigerator, even my own shallow breathing. My heart raced continuously, adrenaline flooding my veins, heightening every sense until I felt like I might shatter. After a while, I forced myself to step away from the monitor and try to calm down. Panic wouldn't help me now. The police had said they'd patrol the area, and the doors were locked. I wasn't in immediate danger, at least that's what I kept repeating silently to myself. But then the phone rang again. This time I didn't hesitate. My pulse hammered painfully in my ears as I picked up the receiver, gripping it so tightly my knuckles turned white. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice shaking badly. "Leave me alone." Silence again. Just that same disturbing breathing, deep and deliberate. Then slowly, I heard a faint scratching, louder and clearer now, metal on metal, like a key scraping gently along the door outside. "I'm here," whispered the voice suddenly, closer now, chillingly calm. "Can you see me?" A wave of nausea swept over me. Dropping the phone, I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. My eyes shot immediately to the front windows, searching frantically. But the parking lot appeared empty. No one was there. Just endless darkness stretching into the distance. I turned quickly toward the front door, double-checking the locks, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. They were secure, yet the scratching had been unmistakable, so close, right outside. Panic surged through me again, overwhelming everything else. I dialed 911 once more, desperate and shaking. "It's me again, the quick mart," I gasped into the phone, struggling to speak clearly. "He's still here. He just called again. He's outside. Please hurry." The dispatcher tried to calm me down, promising to send the officers back immediately. But this time, I couldn't wait. I had to do something, anything, to prove I wasn't losing my mind. Grabbing a heavy flashlight from beneath the counter, I approached the front door cautiously. Every step felt impossibly slow, my legs like lead. My breath caught painfully as I unlocked the door and stepped hesitantly outside, flashlight beams slicing sharply through the darkness. The parking lot was quiet, empty, just as it had been earlier. I scanned every shadow, every corner, certain I'd see someone lurking nearby, but nothing moved. Stillness hung thickly around me, almost oppressive in its intensity. "Hello?" I called out nervously, my voice barely louder than a whisper. "Show yourself." No response. I walked slowly along the perimeter, checking behind parked cars, searching the darkness for any sign of the intruder. My pulse raced faster with every second, adrenaline pumping furiously through my veins. Fear clawed at me relentlessly, begging me to retreat inside, but I couldn't not yet. Then, from somewhere near the dumpster at the edge of the lot, a sudden sharp noise broke the silence, a rustling sound, hurried and frantic. I spun quickly, flashlight beam cutting through shadows, illuminating nothing at first. My heart hammered painfully against my ribs, breath ragged. "Who's there?" I shouted sharply, trying desperately to mask my terror. "Come out now. The police are coming back." Silence again, then footsteps quick, light, rapidly retreating into the darkness beyond the dumpster. Instinct took over, and I rushed forward without thinking, heart pounding wildly. "Stop!" I yelled, chasing after the sound, flashlight bobbing wildly in front of me. But when I reached the dumpster, I found nothing, just empty darkness stretching endlessly into a small wooded area behind the store. Breathing heavily, I stared helplessly into the shadows, frustration and fear colliding violently inside me. I'd lost him again, whoever he was. And now I stood alone, exposed and vulnerable, with nothing left but dread gnawing at my nerves. Just as I turned to hurry back inside, headlights swept suddenly into the parking lot. Relief flooded me instantly. The police had returned, their presence comforting after the nightmare I'd endured. I rushed toward their car as two officers emerged quickly, concern evident on their faces. "I heard someone behind the store," I said breathlessly, pointing toward the trees. I tried following him, but he got away. One officer moved immediately toward the area, shining his flashlight carefully through the trees, while the other stayed beside me, gently guiding me back inside. "It's okay, we'll handle it," he assured me calmly, clearly sensing my distress. "You did the right thing calling us back. Just stay inside where you're safe." I nodded weakly, collapsing into a chair behind the counter as he spoke quietly into his radio. After several tense minutes, the other officer returned, shaking his head grimly. "No sign of anyone out there," he said reluctantly. "Whoever it was, they're gone now." My stomach sank deeply, disappointment and fear mingling sharply inside me. He was right there. I whispered, voice trembling. "I heard him running. He must have been hiding somewhere close." The officers exchanged concerned glances before turning back toward me. "We'll stay nearby for a while, just in case," one of them finally offered, clearly sympathetic. Try to relax and call again if anything else happens. They left quietly, their patrol car parked nearby, lights dimmed but still visible. Their presence should have reassured me, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. Whoever had been tormenting me was still out there, watching and waiting patiently for another chance to strike. I spent the remaining hours of my shift jumping at every sound, constantly glancing nervously toward windows and doors. By the time dawn finally broke, exhaustion had consumed me completely, leaving me drained and shaken beyond belief. As I prepared to leave, the morning cashier arrived, immediately noticing my pale, anxious expression. She asked gently if everything was okay, but I just shook my head silently, unable to find words to explain the terror I'd experienced overnight. When I finally walked outside into the morning sunlight, relief surged through me briefly until I noticed it. Scratched neatly into the paint on my car door, deep enough to leave a clear mark, were 3 chilling words. I see you. My chest tightened painfully as I stared at the carved words on my car. The morning sunlight did nothing to ease the chill spreading rapidly through me. This wasn't a random prank. This was deliberate, calculated, personal. I see you. Those 3 simple words carried a threat that made my blood run cold. What happened here? The morning cashier asked nervously, stepping up beside me. She followed my gaze, her face paling visibly when she saw the words etched deeply into the paint. I don't know, I whispered, fighting to keep my voice steady. Someone's been messing with me all night. I thought I was losing it at first, but clearly not. You need to report this to the police, she insisted, her eyes wide with alarm. This isn't right. It's not safe. I already called them last night twice, I replied weakly, suddenly exhausted. They checked around the place, didn't find anyone, but obviously someone was here. She placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. Go straight home. I'll take over from here. And don't come back tonight either. You need rest. I wanted to argue, to prove I was tougher than this, but I simply didn't have the energy. With a grateful nod, I unlocked my damaged car and climbed inside. The drive home felt surreal. My eyes kept darting anxiously to my mirrors, expecting to see a shadowy figure trailing behind me. But the roads were quiet, ordinary, almost peaceful, completely at odds with the terror of the previous night. My apartment was on the ground floor of a modest complex, usually comforting in its simplicity. Today, it felt exposed, vulnerable. I hurried inside, locking the door securely behind me, then double-checking every window and entry point. I even closed the curtains, blocking out the morning sun, as though that might hide me from whoever was watching. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, the whispers came rushing back, the scratching sounds, the heavy breathing, the shadowy figure in the footage. My heart wouldn't stop racing. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, dragging me into a restless, shallow sleep filled with shadows and creeping anxiety. The shrill sound of my phone ringing jolted me awake hours later. I grabbed it, my pulse skyrocketing instantly, expecting the worst. Relief flooded through me when I saw the caller ID. It was the detective assigned to my case. "Hello?" My voice cracked with nerves. "Hi, this is Detective Harris. I got your file from last night," she said in a calm, professional tone. "I'd like you to come in so we can discuss this further. Do you think you can meet me at the station?" "Of course," I replied quickly, feeling a strange sense of reassurance. Finally, someone was taking this seriously. "I can be there in 15 minutes. As I drove to the station, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, paranoia clinging stubbornly to me. The streets felt crowded yet distant, as if I'd become trapped in a bubble separate from everyone else's normal lives. At the police station, Detective Harris greeted me warmly. She was older, maybe late 40s, with an air of quiet confidence. She guided me to a small interview room, offering me coffee before we settled into our chairs. "Start from the beginning," she encouraged gently, pulling out a notepad. I took a deep breath, recounting every detail of the unsettling night shift. The repeated phone calls, the scratching sounds, the whispers, the figure lurking outside. I laid it all out, no matter how bizarre it sounded. Harris listened intently, occasionally jotting notes, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she set down her pen and regarded me carefully. "Did you recognize the voice at all? Could it be someone you know, an ex-partner maybe, or a customer who gave you trouble in the past?" I shook my head firmly. "No, it was just breathing at first, then whispering. I didn't recognize it, but it felt like they knew me, like this was personal somehow." Detective Harris nodded thoughtfully. "We checked the surveillance footage after your calls. There's definitely someone standing outside watching the store. But he's Carol keeps, his face hidden, stays in shadows. Do you have anyone who might hold a grudge against you, even indirectly?" I hesitated, searching my memory desperately. "No, my life is pretty quiet, boring even. I haven't fought with anyone, haven't upset any customers. I really don't know who would do something like this." She sighed softly. "Well, we're going to increase patrols near your workplace and your apartment. Whoever this is, they'll probably try to contact you again. It's important you call us immediately if that happens. Can you do that?" "Yes, absolutely," I agreed quickly, feeling genuine gratitude. Finally, I wasn't completely alone in this nightmare. After leaving the station, I went home again, feeling marginally safer, knowing the police were taking action, but my relief was short-lived. That evening, just as I settled onto my couch, my phone buzzed again, this time a text from an unknown number. "You can't hide." The message sent ice racing down my spine. I immediately dialed Detective Harris, my voice shaking. "He just texted me," I blurted, panic rising again. "Send me the number immediately," Harris instructed calmly. "Don't reply, and stay where you are. I'll have someone drive by your apartment." I complied, forwarding the number quickly. For the next hour, I paced restlessly, peering anxiously through the blinds every few minutes. A patrol car appeared briefly, driving slowly past my building. but there was no sign of anyone lurking, no shadowy figure hiding nearby. Night fell heavily, wrapping my apartment in darkness again. Sleep seemed impossible, so I stayed awake, constantly checking my phone, jumping at every small noise. At around 2 in the morning, just as exhaustion threatened to claim me again, my phone vibrated once more. My heart nearly stopped when I saw another message. "Look outside." My legs felt like jelly, my whole body trembling as I approached the window. Slowly, carefully, I peeked through the blinds. There, beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, stood the figure from the surveillance video. Hood up, face obscured, completely motionless, watching me. I staggered backward, grabbing my phone to call Harris again. My voice shook uncontrollably as I explained what was happening, tears of frustration and fear stinging my eyes. "Stay calm," she said urgently. "Units are on their way right now. Keep your doors locked. Don't leave your apartment." I huddled in the corner of the room, heart racing painfully. Moments later, blue and red lights bathed my walls as multiple patrol cars swarmed outside. Voices shouted orders, flashlights sweeping the darkness. But when Detective Harris finally knocked on my door, her face told me everything before she even spoke. "He's gone," she said grimly. "We couldn't find him." My knees buckled slightly, despair overtaking me. "What am I supposed to do now?" I whispered hopelessly. Harris placed a comforting hand on my shoulder, her voice firm but gentle. "We won't stop until we catch him. You're not alone in this anymore. I promise you that." But even her reassurance couldn't erase the truth. Whoever was stalking me was still out there, still watching, still waiting, and I was completely at their mercy. The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. After the police had come and gone that night, I tried to go about my routine, but nothing felt safe anymore. Detective Harris had told me officers would patrol regularly, and for a while, their constant presence was reassuring. But each time I glanced through my blinds, expecting to see flashing lights or uniformed figures walking by, the street sat empty, quiet, and indifferent. Eventually, I took some time off work. My manager understood after I'd explained the situation, though I could tell from his hesitant tone he found my story bizarre, maybe even doubtful. Part of me didn't blame him. It felt like something straight out of a bad movie, not a boring suburb with neatly trimmed lawns and friendly neighbors. Yet each evening when darkness crept in, my fear was vivid, undeniable, painfully real. Detective Harris called often, always patient, always asking careful questions. Sometimes she reassured me, other times I could hear frustration simmering beneath her calm voice. Whoever was tormenting me knew exactly how to hide. No fingerprints, no clear images, no witnesses besides myself. Just whispers, scratches, and the dark figure that haunted me from a distance. A week after the incident at my apartment, I decided I couldn't remain trapped inside forever. The walls had begun to close in, making every room feel smaller, suffocating. Despite my fear, I forced myself outside one afternoon, hoping the sunlight and fresh air might clear my head. I walked slowly through the familiar streets, the ordinary sights and sounds almost comforting, people mowing lawns, kids riding bikes, a neighbor waving casually from their driveway. For a moment, life seemed normal again. Then, as I turned onto a quiet side street, my phone vibrated sharply in my pocket. I stopped mid-step, dread twisting my stomach painfully. With trembling hands, I pulled it out, already knowing what I'd see. "Enjoying your walk?" My blood ran cold, my pulse instantly hammering in my ears. Frantically, I spun around, eyes darting across lawns and between parked cars, searching for whoever was watching. But the street was deserted, peaceful even. No movement, no suspicious figures, nothing out of place. And yet someone was there, watching me right now, maybe hidden behind a curtain or inside a parked car. Panic surged, choking off my breath. I immediately called Detective Harris, my voice shaking as I described the message. She instructed me to stay calm and head straight home, promising she'd come over immediately. I hurried back, constantly glancing behind me, paranoia clawing at my nerves. Every rustle of leaves, every distant car door slamming, sent fresh adrenaline spiking through me. When Detective Harris arrived 20 minutes later, she looked concerned, exhaustion lining her usually composed face. She took a careful look at my phone, examining the number. "It's another burner," she confirmed grimly, shaking her head. "Whoever this is, they're good. They're covering their tracks every step of the way." I sank onto my sofa, frustration and fear mixing sharply. How is this even possible? Why me? She sighed softly, sitting beside me. "Sometimes there's no logical reason. But often, it's someone you know, someone you've encountered, maybe just briefly, without even realizing it. Think carefully again. Any unusual customers, anyone who made you uncomfortable at work?" I searched my memory desperately, replaying countless mundane interactions in my mind. "There was a guy, maybe a month ago," I finally admitted, hesitant. "He came into the store late, bought nothing, just wandered around staring. It felt off, but not dangerous. I figured he was drunk or something. He left after a few minutes." Harris perked up slightly. "Do you remember anything specific? Clothing, appearance, tattoos?" I thought hard, frustrated at how vague my recollection was. Dark hoodie, jeans. He kept his face mostly hidden. I never got a clear look. Sorry. "It's a start," Harris assured me gently. "I'll check your store's surveillance again from around that time. Maybe we'll get lucky." She stood, preparing to leave, pausing at my front door. "In the meantime, stay vigilant. Keep your doors locked, and call immediately if anything else happens, no matter how small." After Harris left, the afternoon faded slowly into evening, shadows lengthening across my small apartment. Darkness brought back my anxiety in full force. I double-checked every lock, closed all curtains tightly, and tried unsuccessfully to distract myself with mindless television. Around 11, just as exhaustion began dragging me toward sleep, another sound startled me awake, the faint buzzing of my phone on the coffee table. My heart leaped into my throat. Another message, another unknown number. You looked right at me today. Terror surged again, stronger this time, more personal. Whoever this was had stood right in front of me in broad daylight, blending seamlessly into my ordinary neighborhood. Suddenly, nowhere felt safe, not home, not work, not even the familiar streets around me. My fingers shook uncontrollably as I dialed Detective Harris yet again, fighting back tears of frustration and fear. He's still here. I gasped. He saw me today. I looked right at him and didn't even know. I'm sending someone over immediately, she replied urgently. Stay calm. You're doing everything right. Within minutes, 2 officers arrived at my apartment, their presence reassuring but doing little to erase my dread. They searched around outside, scanned the nearby streets, and again found nothing. Once more, whoever was tormenting me had vanished without a trace. I felt helpless, trapped in a cycle of fear and confusion that seemed endless. After the officers left, promising regular patrols overnight, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, ears straining for any sound out of place. Sleep finally took me just before dawn, pulling me into restless, haunted dreams. When I awoke, my mind felt clouded, reality blurred by exhaustion and relentless anxiety. But something felt off. The apartment seemed different, subtly disturbed. I got up slowly, my pulse quickening. As I walked into the kitchen, I froze instantly. The back door stood slightly ajar, sunlight spilling gently onto the tiled floor. My entire body trembled violently. Someone had been inside while I slept. I stumbled backward, panic overwhelming me, and grabbed my phone, calling Detective Harris immediately, my voice barely coherent. Someone was inside my apartment. I gasped, tears now streaming freely. He was in here with me. I'm on my way now, Harris responded quickly. Do not touch anything. I collapsed onto the floor, clutching the phone tightly. For the first time since all this started, I truly understood the severity of my situation. This wasn't just harassment. It wasn't just a sick prank. Whoever this was had the power to reach me anywhere, anytime. They'd watched, waited, observed, slowly stripping away every sense of security I had left. Now, even my own home offered no protection. And I knew deep down that soon they would stop waiting and finally make their move. Detective Harris arrived within minutes, but it felt like an eternity. I stayed sitting on my living room floor, my phone clutched tightly in shaking hands, eyes fixed on the half-open kitchen door. When Harris knocked gently, I flinched, startled, even though I'd been expecting her. I rushed to unlock the front door, relief washing over me at the sight of her steady, determined expression. "Are you okay?" she asked, immediately stepping past me, her eyes scanning the room carefully before settling on the back door. "Have you touched anything?" I shook my head, my throat too dry to speak clearly at first. No, nothing. I was asleep. When I woke up, the door was open like that. I didn't leave it like that. I never even opened it. Harris approached cautiously, her eyes narrowing as she examined the lock closely. I watched her every move, anxious for answers, desperate for reassurance. "This wasn't forced open," she finally said, her voice quiet but firm. "It looks like it was unlocked from the inside." My stomach twisted sharply. "You're saying someone got in through another door, but everything else was locked last night. I triple-checked before I went to bed. I'm positive." She gave me a thoughtful, concerned look. "Which means whoever was here either has access to your keys or they know how to pick a lock quietly. Has anyone had access to your keys recently?" "Maintenance? A friend? Someone at work?" I thought carefully, trying to recall every moment clearly despite the fog of exhaustion and fear clouding my mind. "Nobody," I finally replied, shaking my head. "Nobody at all. I don't even have spare keys out. It's just me." Detective Harris nodded, then moved slowly through my apartment, methodically checking each room, each window, every possible entry point. As she searched, I stood frozen in the living room, my eyes constantly darting around, imagining shadows where there were none. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been here, watching me sleep, standing just feet from me without my knowledge. When Harris finished, she returned to where I stood, her expression grave. "I'll have a forensic team come in and check for fingerprints or anything else they might have left behind. In the meantime, we need to get you somewhere safe." I nodded quickly, my mind racing. "I don't really have family nearby," I admitted weakly, "but there's a motel near the police station. Maybe I could stay there." She agreed immediately, offering to drive me there herself. As we drove, silence hung heavily in the air. My hands trembled constantly, adrenaline still surging through me, refusing to let go. After checking into the motel, Harris walked me to my room, her presence comforting even if temporary. "We're not giving up on this," she assured me, placing a hand gently on my shoulder. "We'll find this guy. Whoever it is, they're bound to slip up eventually." I forced a grateful smile, though the fear remained tightly coiled in my chest. "Thank you for everything. I don't know what I'd do if you weren't helping me." Once alone in the small, bare motel room, exhaustion hit me full force. The adrenaline drained rapidly, leaving me hollow and shaking. I sank onto the thin mattress, pulling my knees close, my back pressed against the cold wall as I stared blankly at the door. Sleep felt impossible, despite how drained I was. Hours passed slowly, the room darkening gradually as evening approached again. Every sound in the hallway outside made me jump, my nerves on edge. At some point, I forced myself up to lock the door securely, then barricaded it further by dragging the small desk in front of it. Only then did I feel slightly safer. Yet deep down, I knew it was temporary. Whoever was after me had followed me from the store to my apartment. There was no reason to believe they wouldn't track me here too. I wondered how long this could go on, how long I could continue living in fear, always looking over my shoulder, waiting for another threatening message or call. My phone buzzed sharply, jolting me from my thoughts. My heart hammered painfully in my chest as I hesitated, terrified to look but knowing I had to. Swallowing hard, I picked it up, the screen illuminating with yet another unknown number. My breath hitched as I read the message. "You can't run from me." Panic surged violently, and I immediately dialed Detective Harris, my voice breaking as soon as she answered. "He found me." I choked out, "He knows I'm here at the motel. Please, help me." She responded instantly, urgency clear in her tone. "Stay calm. I'm sending officers now. Keep your door locked, and don't let anyone in except us." I nodded weakly, though she couldn't see me, and hung up, eyes glued to the door, ears straining for any sound from outside. Time slowed again, stretching into torturous minutes as I waited, heart racing, breath shallow. Eventually, a knock echoed sharply through the room. I jumped violently, panic flooding my veins, until I heard Detective Harris call softly from the other side. Relief nearly overwhelmed me as I moved quickly to clear the barricade and let her in. She stepped inside, her eyes carefully checking behind her before closing the door securely again. We checked the area thoroughly. "There's no one suspicious around, but we'll keep an officer posted here tonight. You're safe for now." I sank back onto the bed, tears of relief and frustration mixing sharply. How is he doing this? How does he know every move I make? Harris hesitated briefly, then took a deep breath. "We're considering the possibility of surveillance equipment, hidden cameras, or listening devices. We'll have your apartment swept thoroughly. If he's had access to your home, it wouldn't be hard to plant something." The thought made my skin crawl, revulsion and dread crashing through me simultaneously. So he's been watching me this whole time, listening in, everywhere. "It's a possibility," she admitted quietly, sympathy evident in her expression. "But it also gives us a chance to catch him. If he's using tech, we'll find it, and we'll trace it back to him." Her determination was reassuring, but the knowledge of being monitored so closely sent fresh anxiety twisting painfully inside me. That night I slept fitfully, constantly waking, checking shadows, jumping at every small noise. By morning, I felt completely drained, emotionally and physically exhausted. Harris returned to the motel early, escorting me back to my apartment where a team of technicians waited, ready to sweep every inch of the place. I watched silently as they methodically searched each room, dismantled lamps and outlets, combed through every corner. Hours passed before finally one technician called Harris over urgently. They'd found something hidden neatly behind the smoke detector in my bedroom was a tiny camera, cleverly placed to capture almost every angle. My stomach turned violently. "This is how he's been watching you," Harris confirmed grimly. "And this means we finally have a real lead." I nodded numbly, emotions swirling chaotically inside me. Relief, anger, fear, all blending until I couldn't distinguish one from the other. But for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a sliver of hope. Finally, We were a step closer to ending this. And whoever was stalking me, whoever had invaded my life and stripped away my peace, was about to find themselves facing justice. Detective Harris and her team carefully removed the hidden camera, handling it as if it were some delicate, dangerous object. As I watched them, a rush of conflicting emotions surged inside me: disgust, fear, and an overwhelming desire to confront whoever had done this. For weeks I'd felt trapped and helpless, like I was merely a pawn in someone else's twisted game. Now, for the first time, I felt a spark of power return. We finally had a lead. The camera was taken for forensic analysis, and Harris asked me to stay somewhere else again that night, just as a precaution. I returned to the motel, comforted slightly by the knowledge that officers were actively pursuing evidence that could lead us directly to my tormentor. Sleep was still elusive, but the heavy dread I'd felt before had softened into something closer to restless anticipation. I kept replaying everything in my mind: the phone calls, the messages, the feeling of constant surveillance. All along, someone had been watching, violating my privacy in the most invasive way possible. Anger slowly overtook fear, fueling a new resolve. Whoever did this would not control my life any longer. Early the next morning, Harris called. Her voice was sharp, energized by determination. "We found something substantial," she said immediately. The camera transmitted to a nearby receiver, which we managed to track. "It's close, very close." "Do you know who it is?" My heart raced painfully. "Not yet, but we're close. We're moving fast. Stay at the motel. Officers are posted there. I'll call you as soon as we have something solid." The day crawled by, hours stretching into endless minutes. I paced relentlessly, anxiety gnawing at my insides. Every sound outside sent adrenaline spiking through me. But finally, as evening approached, my phone rang again, displaying Detective Harris's name. My stomach tightened as I answered, barely breathing. "We got him," Harris said firmly, relief evident in her voice. "We identified the receiver's location. It led us straight to a nearby apartment, occupied by someone you know, at least casually, someone you've met before." I felt suddenly faint, gripping the edge of the motel's small table. "Who was it?" "His name is Aaron Mitchell. He's a customer at your convenience store. Lives just down the street. Quiet guy, no prior criminal record, but clearly disturbed. We found more equipment in his apartment: video footage, photos, notes. He's in custody now. He admitted everything." The name clicked faintly in my memory: a regular customer, quiet and polite, always buying small items, never standing out. I felt sick realizing how casually, how easily, he'd slipped into my daily routine, becoming invisible despite being right in front of me all along. "I want to see him," I said suddenly, surprising even myself. "I need to confront him." Harris hesitated briefly. "That's not usually advisable, but under these circumstances, if you feel strongly about it, I can arrange something supervised." "Please," I insisted, voice firm despite my trembling hands. I need closure. I can't move past this without facing him." She agreed reluctantly, promising to set it up quickly. Just 2 days later, I stood in a small, brightly lit interview room at the police station, my heart hammering violently as I waited. Harris stood protectively beside me, her presence a silent reassurance. When the door opened, my breath hitched sharply. 2 officers escorted Aaron Mitchell inside. He looked shockingly ordinary, thin, pale, with short brown hair and dark eyes that carefully avoided mine. He sat across from me, shoulders hunched, hands nervously fidgeting on the tabletop. Silence stretched tensely before I finally spoke, my voice shaking but steady. "Why?" Aaron glanced briefly upward, quickly looking away again, shame coloring his expression. "I didn't want to hurt you," he said quietly. I needed someone to notice me. You never saw me. No one ever sees me. I thought if I could get close enough, you'd understand." "Understand what?" Anger flared hotly, mixing with disgust. "You invaded my life, terrorized me. You destroyed my peace of mind. What were you hoping I'd understand?" He winced visibly at my anger, shrinking further into himself. "That I existed," he whispered, "that I mattered. I didn't mean for things to go this far. It got out of control. I couldn't stop." Detective Harris stepped forward slightly, interjecting softly, "You're responsible for your actions, Aaron. You've admitted guilt, but I don't think you realize the severity of what you've done." He nodded numbly, unable to argue. I stared at him silently for several moments, trying to reconcile the quiet, pathetic figure before me with the terrifying presence that had haunted my every moment. Finally, I stood slowly, determination strengthening my voice. "You wanted to be seen? Well, I see you now," I said coldly. "You're nothing. You don't get to control me anymore. I'm taking my life back, and you'll spend yours answering for everything you've done." Aaron lowered his head, unable to respond, as officers led him quietly from the room. When the door closed again, Harris turned toward me, her expression gentle but proud. "You handled that incredibly well," she praised softly. "Not many people could face someone who's tormented them like that." I exhaled slowly, relief washing over me. I needed to see him. I needed to show myself he wasn't some unstoppable monster, just a pathetic man who chose cruelty. Harris nodded approvingly. "He'll face serious charges: stalking, invasion of privacy, harassment. He's looking at significant jail time. He won't hurt you or anyone else again." Leaving the police station that afternoon, I felt strangely lighter, the oppressive weight of fear finally lifting. Life wouldn't return to normal immediately. Trust would take time to rebuild, and sleep might still elude me for a while, but the worst was finally over. In the following weeks, I returned slowly to routine, cautiously at first, always vigilant. But gradually, the paranoia faded, replaced by confidence and determination. Detective Harris kept in touch, updating me regularly on the case, ensuring I felt safe and supported. Her steady presence was comforting, helping me regain a sense of normalcy. Months passed, and eventually Aaron Mitchell pleaded guilty, receiving a sentence that reflected the seriousness of his actions. When the judge delivered the verdict, I felt a final wave of relief, a true end to the nightmare that had consumed my life. Today, my life is quieter, simpler. I no longer work the night shift, choosing instead daylight hours at a small bookstore. My apartment has new locks, and I sleep soundly most nights. Sometimes memories return briefly, flashes of anxiety reminding me of what happened, but they're fleeting, quickly replaced by reassurance. I learned to trust again, slowly but surely, and despite everything, I refuse to let fear control me. I know the darkness exists, but I choose to live in the light, reclaiming every part of my life that Aaron Mitchell tried to steal. In the end, facing him gave me strength I never knew I had. He might have watched me, stalked me, tried to break me, but ultimately he failed. Because now I see him clearly for what he is, nothing more than a shadow, powerless and fading into the past. And I will never give that power away again.
It was just past midnight when the sound started. At first, I thought it was the house settling, like the creaks and groans that come with the old floors and walls. But then the footsteps came again, slow, deliberate, echoing down the hallway outside my bedroom door. I rolled over, adjusting the pillow beneath my head, and tried to ignore it. It's nothing, just the house shifting, I told myself, trying to convince my mind to relax. I pulled the blankets up tighter around me and closed my eyes, but the sound kept going step after step, moving closer, then further away, as if someone were pacing back and forth just outside my door. I felt a tightness in my chest, but I tried to ignore it. There was nothing unusual about the house, nothing to be afraid of. I was alone, yes, but I had been alone plenty of times before. This was just the typical sound of a house at night. But as the footsteps continued, a sense of unease began to creep up my spine. The noise was too deliberate to be random. Whoever or whatever was out there was walking with purpose. I pulled the covers over my head, trying to block out the sound, but it only seemed to grow louder. The noise stopped abruptly. I waited, holding my breath, listening for any sign of movement. The silence in the house felt oppressive now, almost suffocating. I stared at the door, my heartbeat thumping in my chest, willing myself to just drift back to sleep, to not give in to the irrational fear rising in me. But the silence didn't last long. The footsteps started again, this time slower, more deliberate, like they were waiting for something. A cold sweat started to bead on my forehead. I slid out of bed quietly, careful not to make a sound. My bare feet touched the cold wooden floor, and I stood there in the darkness, listening. The footsteps were still there, just outside the door. I moved cautiously toward it, my hand hovering over the door handle. The only sound was the rhythmic thud of my heart in my ears. I waited, straining to hear any other noise, any sign that someone had entered the house, but there was nothing. only the sound of those slow, deliberate steps, as if the person outside knew exactly what they were doing. With a sharp breath, I flung the door open, my eyes scanning the dark hallway, but there was no one there. Just the empty stretch of wood flooring leading to the stairs and the dim light of the living room in the distance. I flicked on the hallway light and stepped out, my feet tentative as I moved toward the stairs. There was no sign of forced entry. All the windows were locked, and the door had been deadbolted when I last checked. I glanced down the hallway toward the front door, which was still locked and bolted. No sign of anyone. I stood there for a moment, the unease still crawling under my skin. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it really was the house settling. I made my way back to my room, locked the door behind me, and tried to settle back under the covers. But the thought of the footsteps, how real they had sounded, how deliberate, stayed with me. I tried to push it out of my mind, but the noise came again. Soft at first, almost like a whisper, but then louder, closer. The unmistakable sound of footsteps pacing back and forth. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to stop, but it didn't. It continued, moving from one side of the hall to the other, as if whoever was out there was walking in circles around my door, waiting for me to open it. I lay there, paralyzed, the fear growing in the pit of my stomach. It felt too real to ignore, too deliberate. The footsteps stopped again, and this time I didn't wait. I sprang from the bed and dashed out of the room, flipping the light switch on as I did. The hallway was empty again, just as it had been the last time, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Someone had been out there, someone who knew how to move silently, how to stay just out of sight. The silence that followed was thick, oppressive. I stood there for a long moment, my breath coming in shallow bursts. I stepped back into my room, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down on me. The fear wasn't just in the sound anymore. It was in the emptiness, the not knowing. That's when I heard it again. This time, the footsteps were accompanied by something else, a soft, almost inaudible murmur, voices, whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but I could hear the tone low and hushed, like a conversation held just outside my door. I stood frozen, my hand gripping the doorknob as the voices grew louder. There was no one in the hallway, there couldn't be, but the sound was unmistakable. The voices weren't in my head. They were out there, in the hallway, just beyond the door. My heart raced. I couldn't hear the words, but I could feel the weight of them, too close, too real. Without thinking, I stepped forward and yanked the door open again, expecting to see something, but there was nothing. The hallway was empty. The murmur stopped as soon as I opened the door, and the footsteps, the voices, everything vanished in an instant. I stood there, trembling, staring down the empty stretch of hallway. My breath was heavy, each exhale trembling, but there was nothing out of place. The lights were on. The air was still. I checked every door, every corner of the house. No one had been there. It was just me, alone. I called the police. I don't know why I thought that would make me feel better. The moment I hung up, I realized just how stupid it was to call. There was nothing they could do. The house was locked up tight. There was no sign of anyone entering. No footprints, no broken windows, no evidence. The officer I spoke to was kind, but the tone in his voice said it all. "It's probably just the house settling, ma'am." But I knew what I had heard. I wasn't imagining it. Those footsteps weren't my imagination, and those whispers weren't from my mind. There was something in this house. Something watching me. The police arrived around 40 minutes later. They checked the locks. They searched the perimeter of the house, and after a thorough search, they left no one found anything. The house was still locked up tight, no sign of anyone having broken in. I stayed awake all night, lying in bed with the covers pulled tight around me, listening to every creak, every groan of the house. The house didn't settle anymore, not in the same way. It was as if it was waiting for something. The silence was louder now, thick with the promise of something that wasn't quite finished. In the morning, I checked the hallway again. I didn't hear any footsteps, no whispers, but I knew I wasn't alone. Who had been walking outside my room? Why hadn't I seen them? And most chilling of all, why were they staying just out of sight? The silence in the house felt suffocating as the hours passed. I tried to convince myself that I was just overthinking things. After all, there had to be a reasonable explanation for what had been happening. The police had checked the house thoroughly, and they'd found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no signs of anyone being in the house except for me. But something in me, something deep inside, was telling me it wasn't over. It had only just begun. That night, the house felt different. The air was heavy, like the weight of some unseen presence was pressing down on me. I lay in bed, wide awake, listening to every creak and groan of the house. The clock ticked steadily in the background, but the noise only made everything feel worse. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, each second dragging on, making me more and more uneasy. I kept thinking about the footsteps, the deliberate pacing outside my door. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, but there was no way in. The doors were locked, the windows sealed shut. The police had confirmed it. No one could have entered without me noticing. Yet the house still felt like it was alive, breathing, shifting around me. I could feel it in the walls, in the floorboards. It was as if the house was aware of me, aware that I had discovered something I wasn't supposed to know. But what was it? What was hidden in the shadows of this house, in the dark spaces just out of sight? The sound came again, faint at first, just a whisper of a noise that I almost convinced myself wasn't real. But then it grew louder. Slow, deliberate footsteps, the unmistakable sound of someone walking outside my door. My heart started to race as I sat up, frozen in place, my pulse pounding in my ears. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand, my hand trembling as I clicked it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but the room was still empty. No one was there. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, waiting. There was no sound. The silence in the house was deafening, like the air had been sucked out of the room. My mind raced, trying to process what I had just heard, but I couldn't make sense of it. I glanced toward the door. It was still locked. There was no way anyone could have gotten in without me noticing. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet touching the cold floor. I didn't want to open the door again. I didn't want to look into the hallway and see nothing, only to feel like a fool for being scared. But I had to know. I had to see for myself. I took a deep breath and stood up, my legs unsteady beneath me. The flashlight was shaking in my hand, the beam flickering with each step I took toward the door. I slowly reached for the handle, my hand cold and clammy, and turned it. The hallway was empty. I stepped out into the dark, the beam of the flashlight illuminating the familiar stretch of wood flooring. The house was eerily quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out of place. I moved down the hallway slowly, the light dancing across the walls, the shadows stretching and shifting as I walked. Every creak of the floorboards felt like a loud bang in the silence. I reached the stairs and hesitated, my heart hammering in my chest. The stairs led down to the main floor, to the living room. I hadn't heard anything from downstairs. But I couldn't ignore the unease gnawing at me. Something wasn't right. I stood there for a moment, listening, waiting for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. The house was still. Then I heard it again, a soft scraping sound coming from above. I froze, the flashlight trembling in my hand as I turned toward the ceiling. It sounded like someone or something was moving across the attic floor. The scraping was faint, like nails dragging across wood, but unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't heard that before. I knew the attic was empty. I'd checked it earlier just to be sure. There was no way anyone could be up there. I turned back toward the stairs, my instincts screaming at me to leave, to run. But my feet wouldn't move. I couldn't explain it, but I needed to find out what was happening. I had to know if I was losing my mind, or if something truly was in the house with me. I made my way toward the attic door, my footsteps muffled by the carpet beneath my feet. The door was at the end of the hallway, tucked away in the corner, almost hidden from view. I reached for the handle, but before I could turn it, I heard a soft, guttural whisper. It was faint, but the words were clear. "Leave." I froze, the blood draining from my face. The voice came from behind me, from the hallway. My pulse thundered in my ears as I spun around, my flashlight shining toward the darkness, but there was no one there. I couldn't breathe. The room felt smaller now, the air thick with something oppressive. My eyes darted from one corner to the next, searching for any sign of movement, any clue that would explain what was happening. But all I saw was the empty hallway. The whisper came again, louder this time. "Leave." I didn't know who or what was speaking to me. I didn't know if it was my mind playing tricks or something far worse, but I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to get out. I had to leave this house, no matter what it meant. I turned back to the attic door, my hand on the handle, and this time I didn't hesitate. I yanked it open, the stairs creaking as I stepped onto the first step. The attic was dark, the only light coming from the beam of my flashlight, which barely illuminated the narrow space. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me up there, hiding in the shadows. I crept up the stairs, my breathing shallow, my heart thudding in my chest. The scraping sound had stopped, but the silence was unbearable. I reached the top of the stairs and moved slowly into the attic, my flashlight scanning the room. Boxes were piled against the walls, old furniture covered in dusty sheets, but there was nothing else. Nothing. The attic was empty. I let out a slow breath, trying to calm myself. I was being paranoid. I had checked this place earlier. There was no one here. Nothing was hiding in the shadows. I turned around to head back down, but as I took my first step, I felt it. The unmistakable sensation that I wasn't alone. The attic door slammed shut behind me. I whirled around, panic rising in my chest as I reached for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. My heart raced as I pulled on it again and again, but the door remained locked, sealed tight. The silence around me was deafening, suffocating. I couldn't explain what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone in this house. Something was watching me. From the shadows, the door to the attic wouldn't budge. I pulled and yanked, my breath shallow, the sweat beading on my forehead. The flashlight in my hand trembled as I ran it over the door, searching for any crack, any weakness. But the door was locked, and no matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't open. I stumbled back from it, my mind racing, my pulse pounding in my ears. I had checked this place already, hadn't I? The attic was empty, the space beneath the dust-covered furniture undisturbed. Yet now, standing in the center of the room, I could feel the weight of the air pressing down on me, thick and heavy. It was like the attic itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I glanced around at the piles of old boxes and forgotten items, the cobwebs hanging from the beams, and the furniture, draped in faded sheets. Everything was exactly as I remembered it, yet it felt different. The very atmosphere of the room had shifted, as if something had changed, something had moved. I could sense it, that crawling unease creeping up my spine, telling me I was no longer alone. I turned back to the door, feeling the cold metal of the handle beneath my fingers. I didn't know how much longer I could keep this up. The tension was unbearable, the silence in the attic louder than the scraping of the footsteps or the whispers I had heard earlier. The house was alive with something I couldn't see, something that wouldn't show itself no matter how much I searched, how much I screamed into the dark. And then, just as suddenly as the panic began, it stopped. The air in the room lightened, and the feeling of being watched slowly receded. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my shaking hands, my mind swirling with 1,000 questions. What is happening? I walked slowly toward the corner of the attic. my flashlight beam cutting through the shadows. The beam caught on something small, old box, nearly hidden behind a stack of crates. I hesitated for a moment, my hand still trembling, before I knelt down and pulled it out. The box was wooden, heavy, with brass hinges that gleamed faintly in the dim light. I opened it cautiously, unsure of what I might find. Inside, there was nothing but a stack of yellowing papers, old photographs, and a few small trinket-like items, buttons, a locket, a small figurine. My fingers brushed over the papers, and I felt a strange coldness sweep over me. The photographs caught my attention first. They were old, black and white, faded with age. I couldn't tell who the people in the photos were, but the house in the background looked familiar. The same house I was standing in now. I flipped through them slowly, my heart sinking with each image. There was a photograph of a family standing in front of the house, smiling. Another, of a woman holding a baby, her eyes blank and distant. And then another, of the same woman, but this time she wasn't smiling. She was staring directly at the camera, her face twisted in an expression of fear. The last photo was the worst. It was taken inside the house. There was a hallway, the same hallway I had been hearing the footsteps in. And standing there, in the shadows, just beyond the edge of the light, was a figure. A person, half hidden, their features obscured. A chill ran through me as I stared at the photograph. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The figure in the hallway, the shadowy shape that was just barely visible, was me. It had to be. I had never seen this photo before, but the hallway, the way the figure stood, the way the light fell, it looked like it was taken only a few nights ago. I felt my stomach twist into knots. My mind couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. How could this be possible? I hadn't been in this house that long. I had no memory of ever taking this photo. Had someone else been here? I felt my pulse spike as the words ran through my mind. I slammed the box shut and backed away from it, my head spinning, the walls of the attic closing in around me. I needed to get out. I needed to leave, but the door was still locked. The house was pressing in on me, the air thick with the oppressive weight of something unseen. I needed air. I needed to breathe. I ran back to the attic door, banging on it with my fists, but it wouldn't open. Panic surged within me again, my breath shallow, the flashlight shaking in my hand. I pounded the door harder, calling out for help, but my voice cracked in the air, desperate and raw. No one answered. I turned back toward the room, my flashlight flickering and dimming. The beam of light caught something else, another photograph, wedged between the floorboards. It was half buried in dust and grime, but it was different from the others. I bent down and pulled it out, holding it in my shaking hands. The photograph was of a man I didn't recognize. He was standing in the same hallway as in the other photos, his face obscured by shadow. The man in the photo looked like he was watching someone, his eyes following the camera with an intensity that made my skin crawl. There was something about the way he stood, the way his posture was too stiff, too unnatural. that made it clear he was not supposed to be there. I felt my breath catch in my throat. The man in the photo, it was like he had stepped out of the shadows and into the room with me. It was as if the photograph was a portal to something else, something that I didn't want to understand. The light in the attic flickered once more and then went out. The darkness swallowed me whole. I was alone in the attic, the walls closing in on me, and I could feel the weight of something behind me. Something that didn't belong here, something that had been here long before I ever stepped foot in the house. I turned, my flashlight useless in the dark, my heart pounding, my body frozen in place. I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing in the dark. But this time they weren't outside my door. They were coming from the hallway inside the house. And I wasn't alone anymore. The footsteps were closer now, closer than they had ever been. I heard the creak of floorboards, the soft shuffle of feet moving toward me. I turned, but the light was gone and the darkness was thick and all-encompassing. The air felt colder now, a sharp, biting chill that cut through the stillness of the room. Then, just as I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, I heard the whisper. "Leave." It wasn't a voice I recognized. It was low, guttural, a sound that didn't belong in this house, in this world. The words were clear, but the tone was something else, something ancient, something that carried a warning. I couldn't breathe. My heart was a wild drum in my chest. I reached for the door handle again, my hand numb, but the door was still locked. I wasn't going to make it out, not like this, not alone. Something was waiting for me in the dark, something that would never let me leave. I backed up slowly, feeling the cold walls of the attic pressing in on me. The footsteps were still coming, closer now. The air felt too thick, too heavy, as if it had been saturated with fear, making it harder to breathe. The whispering, too faint to be clear, seemed to float on the air, just beyond my reach. But it was there, moving in the silence like a dark promise. "Leave." The voice was louder now, clearer. It wasn't my mind playing tricks. It was real. Something was out there, moving in the shadows of the house, and it wasn't about to let me go. My heart was pounding, my breath ragged as I stumbled backward. The flashlight had died, its light no longer flickering, just leaving me in absolute darkness. The attic felt suffocating, the air stagnant, the quiet so deep it was deafening. I could almost feel the weight of whatever was watching me pressing down, lurking in the blackness, just out of sight. I slammed my palm into the attic door, desperate to open it, but it refused to budge. The cold metal handle mocked me, a barrier between me and escape. I turned, panicked, my mind searching for a way out, but the attic was so small, filled with old furniture, boxes, and dusty sheets. I couldn't think. I couldn't process what was happening. My thoughts were scrambled, my survival instincts warring with the paralyzing terror that threatened to swallow me whole. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, I thought maybe I was imagining it. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, making shadows out of the light. Maybe I had dreamed the whole thing, the photos, the voices, the creeping sensation of being watched. But deep down, I knew it wasn't a dream. I knew what I had heard, what I had seen, and what was waiting for me. And then I heard it, the scrape of nails across the floor, a dragging sound, the unmistakable noise of something or someone moving across the floorboards. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I turned quickly, but still nothing. The space in front of me was empty, the shadows clinging to the corners of the room. The air was colder now, a chill that seeped deep into my bones, freezing me in place. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to get out. I didn't care how. I didn't care if I had to break down the door, throw myself through the window. I had to escape. I ran to the corner of the attic, searching frantically for something, anything, to break the door open. There were crates stacked high, dusty sheets draped over old furniture, but none of it would help me. I needed to get out. I needed to leave. And that's when I saw it. A small window at the far end of the attic. It was barely visible, hidden behind a stack of boxes, but there it was. The glass was cracked, old and brittle, but it would give me a way out. I darted toward it, my heart in my throat. The closer I got, the more I could feel the weight of the house pressing in. I grabbed the edge of the window frame, my fingers numb, and yanked. It didn't budge. I tried again, more forcefully this time, my body trembling, but the window was stuck, the frame sealed shut by years of disuse. The scraping noise came again, louder this time, unmistakable. Something was moving in the dark, something that shouldn't be there. My breath hitched as I spun around, the darkness in the room swallowing me whole. The shadows seemed to stretch, curling around the edges of the attic as though they were alive. I could hear it now, the unmistakable sound of something crawling, dragging itself across the floor, getting closer, coming toward me. I spun around, looking for anything, any way to defend myself, but there was nothing. The attic was bare except for the old furniture and boxes, the dusty remnants of forgotten lives. My pulse raced in my chest, my hands trembling as I turned back to the window. I pulled harder, but it still wouldn't open. I tried to force it again, but the window was stuck, too old and fragile to give way. And then I heard it, the sound that made my blood run cold, a low, guttural laugh, as if something was amused by my desperation. The laugh echoed in the attic, bouncing off the walls, and the floor creaked beneath me. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't just the house settling. This was real. I grabbed the chair closest to me, swinging it in desperation, crashing it into the window, but the glass wouldn't break. The chair shattered on impact, sending splinters flying, but the window was intact, the glass still whole. Then the footsteps returned. But this time they weren't slow. They were fast, erratic, almost frantic. The floorboards creaked, the sound of heavy footsteps moving in a circle around me. The air was thick now, suffocating, the temperature dropping rapidly. My breath came in ragged gasps as I turned, searching for an escape. The shadows seemed to close in around me, crawling along the walls, dark shapes forming in the corners of my vision. I couldn't tell where they were coming from, but I knew they were there. And they were getting closer. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I screamed, spinning around, but there was nothing there. My heart was hammering in my chest, my body frozen in fear. My mind raced, but it couldn't keep up with the terror that had taken over. Someone was here with me. I could feel it. I could feel them watching me, moving in the dark, just beyond my reach. I slammed my hand against the window frame, the panic rising, my chest tightening with each breath. The window was still sealed shut. I couldn't get out. I couldn't escape. And then, as if on cue, the whispers began. They started faintly, like a breath, a murmur in the dark. But soon, the voices grew louder, more insistent, the words unintelligible, overlapping each other in a chorus of hushed tones. I could feel the air around me shift, feel the coldness settle into my bones as the voices grew louder, closer. Leave. The word was clear now, carried on the air, whispered in my ear, in my mind, in every inch of the space around me. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was everywhere. It was inside me. I turned toward the doorway, my eyes searching for any sign of an escape, but there was nothing. The hallway was empty. The house was still. But the air was thick, the oppressive presence of something in the shadows, something that had been waiting, watching. And then I saw it, in the corner of the room, just beyond the edge of the light, a figure. It was standing there, motionless, watching me with eyes I couldn't see. But I could feel them, heavy and full of something I couldn't name. The figure took a step forward, and I took a step back, my heart pounding so loudly I could hear it in my ears. My breath came in gasps, my body trembling, but I couldn't move. I couldn't run. The figure stepped forward again, slowly, deliberately, until it was right in front of me. Its presence was suffocating. The darkness around it seemed to grow, to consume the room. I could feel the cold emanating from it, seeping into my skin, freezing me in place. And then the whisper came again, but this time it wasn't a warning. It's too late. The words wrapped around me like chains, holding me in place as I felt the darkness closing in, consuming everything I knew, everything I was. And I understood. It wasn't me who was being hunted. It was the house itself. And now it had me. The coldness settled in deeper, seeping into my bones like ice water. I tried to breathe, but the air felt too thick, too heavy. I couldn't move. The darkness around me seemed to stretch on forever, wrapping me in its suffocating grip. I could feel it, the weight of whatever was watching me, standing just beyond the edge of the light, waiting. My chest tightened with panic, but I couldn't seem to make my body obey. I couldn't run. I couldn't scream. The words echoed in my mind. It's too late. I wanted to break free, to shatter whatever this was, but I couldn't move, couldn't escape the pull of that voice. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a command. It was as though the house itself was speaking to me, through whatever dark thing was standing just out of sight, just beyond the threshold of my vision. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to see through the shadows, but the figure in the corner didn't move. It was like it was waiting for me to make a move, to do something. I had to do something. I could feel the cold creeping deeper into me, the paralysis of fear threatening to swallow me whole. But then, something in me broke. A sharp, instinctive panic surged through me, and I snapped to action. I wasn't going to just stand there, not anymore. I wasn't going to let whatever this was, whatever had taken this house and made it its own, control me. I took a step back, then another, slowly inching toward the attic door. It was still shut, still locked, but I wasn't thinking about the door anymore. I needed a way out. I needed to escape this nightmare. The figure, whatever it was, didn't move, but I could still feel its presence, pressing against me, like it was right behind me, just inches away from my skin. I reached out for the door handle, my hand shaking violently, and in that instant, the whispers came again. Louder this time. It wasn't just one voice, it was many. Multiple voices all speaking at once, whispering things I couldn't understand, their words overlapping, tangled in a frenzy. Leave. The voice that had spoken earlier came again, clearer now. But it wasn't the same voice. It wasn't just the house, or the thing in the shadows. It felt like something else was speaking. Something older. You can't leave. I spun around, desperate to see, to understand. My flashlight flickered once, then died. The darkness swallowed the room entirely. I was in complete blackness now, my senses overwhelmed by the oppressive silence and the feeling that something was closing in. The air seemed to pulse, as if the house itself was breathing alive and aware of me. Then came the footsteps again. But this time they weren't slow, tentative steps. No, they were loud, deliberate. Someone or something was walking towards me. The sound was unmistakable now. Footsteps in the dark. Heavy, measured, and moving closer. I could feel the floor beneath me creak with each step they took, the vibrations sending tremors through my body. I should have been running. I should have been screaming, but I couldn't. My legs wouldn't cooperate. The footsteps stopped just behind me. My heart slammed against my rib cage, and I turned quickly, my flashlight still useless in my hand. I could see nothing in the dark, just the outline of the attic, the furniture, the piles of boxes that now seemed like looming figures in the gloom. I couldn't breathe. And then the whisper returned, cold and raspy, too close for comfort. You shouldn't have come here. It was right next to me. I couldn't see it, couldn't feel it, but I knew it was there. Something in the space between my thoughts, in the very air around me, told me it was. I wanted to scream, to shout, to throw myself against the door and break it down, but my body was paralyzed. It was like I was stuck in a web of fear, caught in its trap, unable to escape. The floor creaked again, but this time it wasn't the sound of footsteps. No, this time it was something else. The sound was softer, more sinister. Something was moving, dragging itself across the floor. The scraping sound was unmistakable. Something was crawling toward me, closer and closer, until I could feel its presence, like a cold wind brushing against my skin. I could hardly breathe. I pressed my back against the door, desperate for something to break the hold this place had on me. But there was nothing, no escape, just the scraping. And then the sound stopped. Silence. I tried to force myself to speak, to say something, anything, but no words came. My throat felt dry, tight. My head spun. The darkness around me pressed in, crushing, suffocating. I felt the weight of it. I knew it was waiting for me, but I had no idea what it wanted. No idea why it was so determined to keep me here in this house, why I couldn't leave. And then, from the darkness, a voice came again, clear and distinct. "You'll never leave." I snapped toward it, my heart hammering in my chest. This time, I could almost feel the voice pressing into my mind. It wasn't just spoken aloud. It was inside me now, tangled with my thoughts, running through my veins, pulsing in time with my blood. It wasn't just a voice, it was a presence, a consciousness. Something ancient and powerful, something that had been here long before I stepped foot in this house. I staggered forward, reaching for the door, my hand fumbling at the handle, but it still wouldn't open. I was trapped. I was trapped inside this house with whatever had been hiding here, waiting for me. The whispering came again, and this time it wasn't just in my ears. It was in my mind. My very thoughts twisted, tangled in a nightmare. The voices were growing louder, more frantic. I couldn't escape it. I couldn't make it stop. Leave, leave, leave. The words repeated over and over in a relentless, maddening loop, until my head felt like it was going to explode. I collapsed to the floor, my hands pressed against my ears, but the words still came, still clawing at my thoughts, still pulling me under. My vision blurred as I tried to block it out, but it was useless. I was drowning in their voices, suffocating under the weight of their presence. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the voices stopped. The house fell silent. I opened my eyes slowly, my chest heaving, my heart racing. The darkness still surrounded me, but something had changed. The air felt different now, lighter. The suffocating presence had lifted, leaving behind an oppressive stillness. I could feel the weight of it lifting from my chest, though the fear remained tingling at the edges of my thoughts, clawing at my sanity. I didn't understand what had just happened, but I knew that whatever had been in this house wasn't finished. It was just waiting for me to slip up, waiting for me to make one more mistake. I stood up slowly, my legs weak beneath me, and made my way toward the door again. This time, when I reached for the handle, it turned. It wasn't locked anymore. I stepped into the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. The house was still, too still. But there was something different about it now. Something alive. And I knew that I wasn't the only one still here. Something else was watching. Something had been waiting all this time. I stepped into the hallway, the silence wrapping around me like a cold blanket. My mind was still reeling, trying to process everything that had happened in the past few hours. But I couldn't shake the overwhelming sense that whatever had been waiting in this house wasn't finished with me. The heavy feeling of being watched, the whispers that had followed me, the footsteps that never quite made sense at all felt too real, too deliberate. I couldn't trust anything anymore. Nothing in this house felt safe. Nothing felt right. I turned, looking back at the attic door. The faintest echo of the voices seemed to linger in the air around it. The attic was still closed, still locked, but somehow I knew that whatever had been happening in this house had come from there, from the dark corners where light couldn't reach. It was like the house itself had come alive, its walls, its rooms, all echoing with a dark presence, one that wasn't going to let me go. My eyes drifted to the front door at the end of the hallway. The door I had locked, bolted shut earlier. I hadn't heard anything since the voices had stopped, but something in me told me it was too quiet now. The kind of quiet that preceded something worse. I moved toward the door slowly, cautiously, my heart racing. Every step felt like I was walking through quicksand, too slow, too heavy. The floor creaked beneath me, and my pulse shot up with each sound. I reached for the door handle, my fingers trembling as they wrapped around it. The door opened easily, with barely a sound. My heart skipped a beat as I stepped outside, my eyes scanning the yard. The night air was cold, crisp, almost biting against my skin. The shadows of the trees stretched long under the faint glow of the streetlight, but there was no sign of movement. No one out there. Nothing. I stood there for a moment, trying to gather myself. I had to leave. I knew it. The house had tried to hold me, tried to trap me with its whispers, its darkness, but I couldn't let it. Not anymore. I took a deep breath, stepped out of the doorway, and turned toward the street. But as I started to walk away, a sound stopped me dead in my tracks, a faint scrape of metal against metal. My head whipped around, my stomach sinking as I realized the front door had shut. I hadn't touched it. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The door had been open when I stepped out. I knew it. I'd heard it click open, but now it was closed, quiet, still. I stepped toward it, moving cautiously, my mind racing. Had I imagined it? But as I reached for the handle, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The door was locked again, just like it had been before. I reached for my phone, my hands trembling as I dialed the number for the police once more. They had already been here, already checked the house, but it didn't matter. Something was still in there. Something I couldn't see, something that was keeping me from leaving. The phone rang and rang, but there was no answer. I didn't have time to waste. I turned back to the door and shoved against it with all my strength. It didn't budge. I slammed into it again, this time with more force, but the door held firm. My panic surged, flooding my veins with adrenaline. I felt like I was suffocating, trapped in a house that refused to let me leave. The air grew thick again, and I could hear the faint sound of footsteps coming from somewhere deep inside the house. They were coming closer, step by slow, deliberate step. I pushed harder against the door, but it wouldn't move. The steps were getting closer now, closer to the front, to where I stood. I could almost hear the scrape of shoes on the floor, soft and measured. I backed away slowly, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The footsteps stopped just behind me. I spun around, my flashlight flickering as I aimed it down the hallway. But there was no one there. I could feel it, though. That cold presence, that suffocating pressure in the air, pressing down on me like a weight. I turned back to the door, desperation rising in me. The door was still locked. I didn't know what to do anymore. I had tried to escape. I had tried to run, but every time I thought I was free, the house pulled me back. I was trapped here, in a place that wasn't just a house. It was something else, something alive. I stepped back again, my mind racing. The footsteps were still there, and then I heard it. A whisper, just behind me. "You shouldn't have opened the door." I spun around again, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark hallway. Nothing. There was no one there. The house was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That thing, whatever it was, had been following me, had been in this house far longer than I had, and now it was right here, in the room with me. I turned back to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't real. I couldn't let it control me. I couldn't let it trap me here forever. I grabbed the doorknob again and turned. This time it opened. The door was unlocked. I stepped outside, finally, into the cool night air. I didn't stop to look back. I couldn't. I didn't care what was still in that house, waiting for me. I ran. My feet pounded against the ground as I sprinted down the sidewalk, my breath coming in quick gasps. I didn't know where I was going, but I didn't care. I didn't look back. I didn't have to. I could feel it. The house, the thing inside, watching me. But I didn't stop. I kept running until my legs burned, until I couldn't breathe anymore. Until I had put enough distance between me and that house. I didn't stop running until I heard the faintest whisper. "You'll never leave." I didn't look back. I didn't need to. It wasn't over. I knew that. Whatever had been in that house, it wasn't done with me. But for now, I was free. For now, I was out of its reach. And that was all that mattered. It started as a simple habit, one of those rituals I never gave much thought to. Every evening, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, I would lace up my sneakers and take a long walk around the neighborhood. The park was only a few blocks away, so it became my refuge, a place where I could clear my mind, shake off the stress of the day, and breathe in the quiet of the evening. My neighborhood was the kind of place you rarely thought about.
It was peaceful, mostly families, kids running around during the day, quiet streets at night. It was the sort of place where nothing ever happened. Or so I thought. The first night I noticed him, I thought nothing of it. I was walking my usual route through the park, the darkening sky overhead, the chirp of crickets filling the air, and there he was, a man. Standing at the far end of the path, near the entrance to the park. He was wearing a hoodie, the kind that covered most of his face, but not enough to hide his height or his broad shoulders. He was just standing there, not moving, watching me. It struck me as odd, but I chalked it up to the eeriness of the park at night. Maybe he was just another walker, maybe he was just waiting for someone. I wasn't going to think too much about it. Still, I quickened my pace, eager to get through the park and back into the safety of my street. The next night, the same thing happened. I was walking, just finishing my loop, when I spotted him again. This time he was further down the path, standing still under a street lamp. I couldn't see his face, but I knew it was the same man. Same hoodie, same posture, everything the same. I felt a slight twinge of unease, but again, I told myself I was being paranoid. He was just another person out for a walk, nothing to worry about. But there was something about it that made my skin crawl. Every time I turned a corner, every time I glanced down the path, I could feel his presence. I tried to shake it off, but the nagging feeling that he was always there, watching, never left. The third night was the tipping point. I had been walking at the same time as always, same path, same routine, and there he was once again, standing at the far end of the park, watching. He was always at the same spot, no matter how much I tried to vary my route. It was as though he knew exactly where I would be, as if he was following me. I didn't want to be one of those people who overreacted to every little thing. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. That night, something inside me snapped. I couldn't keep walking and pretending everything was fine. I decided to confront him. I wasn't sure what I planned to say, but I couldn't keep walking away, pretending that this wasn't happening. My heart was racing as I turned the corner that led to the path he always stood on. I wasn't sure what I expected, but when I reached the corner, he was gone. There was no sign of him. Just the empty park, the same as it always was. No trace, no footprints, no shadow lingering in the dim light. I stood there for a moment, staring into the park, trying to make sense of what just happened. Had I imagined it all? Maybe I was just overreacting. But the unease that had built up in my chest, that tightness in my stomach, didn't go away. I wasn't being paranoid. Something about that man, his presence, his stillness was off. It wasn't right. I walked home that night, trying to shake the feeling that I was being followed, that something had shifted, and I didn't know what it was. The streets felt empty, too quiet, like I was the only person left in the world. My footsteps echoed, each one loud against the silence. Over the next few days, things started happening. small things, things that didn't make sense. One afternoon, I went out to my car and I noticed something strange. There were footprints near my car. At first, I thought they might have been from the rain or from someone walking by, but they didn't make sense. The shape of the shoes wasn't right. They were too deep, too distinct, like someone had stood there for a while, just watching. But the most unsettling thing was that they didn't lead anywhere. They were just there, as though the person had come out of nowhere and then disappeared into thin air. I brushed it off, tried to tell myself I was being ridiculous, but the thought wouldn't leave me. Then there were the scratches on my door. They weren't deep, just faint marks on the wood, like something had dragged its fingers across the surface. I knew I hadn't done it, and there was no logical explanation for them. I ran my hand over the scratches, my breath catching in my throat. It felt like someone or something had touched it, had been here. But there was no one. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I hadn't seen anyone. I started locking my doors and windows before I went to bed, double-checking everything to make sure I was safe. I couldn't explain it, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger with each passing day. It was always there, like a shadow lurking in the corner of my mind, reminding me that I wasn't alone. And then, one night, I came home late from work and noticed something worse. The front door. It was slightly ajar. My blood ran cold. I stood there for a moment, my heart thudding in my chest as I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had left it open earlier. Maybe I was distracted. But no, I was sure I had locked the door when I left. I always locked it. I pushed the door open slowly, each creak of the hinges seeming to amplify the silence around me. The house was dark, too quiet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was inside. I walked through the hallway, my footsteps muffled against the carpet, and turned on the light. The living room was empty, nothing out of place. But the air felt heavier, as if it had been disturbed, as if someone had been there. Then I smelled it. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but I recognized it immediately. It was the same scent I had noticed in the park, the same one that had made me uneasy. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was strange, like a mix of something sharp and musky, something old. It made my skin crawl. I stood frozen in the doorway, my breath shallow, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Someone had been here. Someone had been in my house. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think about the man from the park, the one who had been following me, but the signs were all there. The footprints, the scratches, the door, the smell. I didn't know who he was or why he was doing this, but I knew one thing for sure. He was still watching me, and he was getting closer. The next few days passed in a blur of unease and heightened vigilance. I tried to go about my routine, but it felt different now. The park, once a place of calm, had become a source of dread. Every evening, as I laced up my sneakers, I felt a growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. The idea of being out there alone, Walking through the park where I'd once felt at peace now seemed terrifying. I tried to tell myself that I was overreacting. People walk in parks all the time. I had no reason to believe that something terrible was happening. Yet, with every step, every crunch of leaves beneath my feet, I felt that familiar sensation again, the feeling that someone was watching me, following me. I wasn't sure when it started, but it was there, creeping into my thoughts. That first night after I had noticed the footprints near my car, I went out again. I couldn't stop myself. It was almost as if I was trying to prove that I was just being paranoid, that I could take my walk like I always had, and nothing would be out of place. But as I walked down the same path in the park, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The evening air was crisp, and the street lights cast long shadows that stretched across the empty path. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking in the dark, but there was nothing. Still, the unease wouldn't leave. The trees loomed around me like silent sentinels, and every rustle of the wind made my heart skip a beat. It wasn't the wind, it was him. I didn't know why I was so sure, but I could feel his presence, just out of sight. I walked faster, trying to push the thought out of my head, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. As I neared the end of my walk, the same figure appeared. Just like the first night, he was standing at the edge of the park, wearing that same hoodie, his head down, his body still. My breath caught in my throat. There he was, the man who had been following me. I tried to keep walking, to pretend like I hadn't seen him, but my steps faltered. He didn't move. He didn't acknowledge my presence, but I could feel his gaze, cold and calculating, fixed on me. I was frozen. My legs wouldn't move. I kept walking, but the dread was overwhelming. As I walked past him, I tried to keep my head forward, my eyes straight ahead, but I couldn't help myself. I had to look. For a second, our eyes met. It was like a shock ran through me. His eyes were dark, too dark, like there was nothing behind them. No life, no warmth, just coldness. I forced myself to keep walking, my steps quickening as I neared the exit. I glanced behind me, but he was gone. He had vanished into the dark, the same way he always did. I didn't know how he did it, how he was always there, always watching, always waiting. I thought about the strange feeling I'd had every night, how it seemed like he always knew exactly where I was, how he always appeared at the same spot, right when I walked by. It couldn't be a coincidence anymore. It wasn't a random man out for a walk. This was something else, something calculated. I couldn't explain it, but something told me he was following me on purpose. It wasn't random. He was waiting for something, and I had no idea what it was. When I got home, I double-checked the locks on all the doors, my heart still pounding. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that there was nothing to fear. But as I sat on the couch, staring at the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I went out to my car again. The footprints were there, fresh ones. I had parked in the same spot the night before, but when I looked down, There were new prints close to the car, leading up to it, and then disappearing. The same deep impressions I had seen before, only this time they were too close. They weren't casual, they were deliberate. The person had been standing there, waiting, watching. I turned quickly, looking around, but there was no sign of anyone. No one in the yard, no one walking down the street, just the empty, quiet morning. But the tracks were real, and so was the sense of dread that settled over me. I didn't know how to explain it. Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe I was overthinking everything. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was inside my life, moving closer, watching from the shadows. Later that day I went to work, but I couldn't focus. Every time I looked out the window, I thought I saw something, just a flash of movement in the corner of my eye. I couldn't tell if it was real or just my imagination playing tricks on me. But when I got home that evening, my heart sank. The door was slightly ajar again. I froze, staring at the door. It wasn't wide open, just a crack, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. I had locked the door when I left. I was sure of it. I stepped inside, my breath catching in my throat. The house was silent. The air felt heavier than usual, like something was off. I slowly walked through the living room, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow, looking for anything out of place. The smell was there again, that same odd, unfamiliar scent. It wasn't unpleasant, but it made my skin crawl. It was like something I couldn't place. Like something was in the air, just out of reach, lingering. I checked every room, every closet, every corner. Nothing. It was like I was imagining it. But then, I saw it. The faint scratches on the door frame. I hadn't seen them before. They were subtle, barely noticeable unless you were looking closely. But now, in the light, they were clear, thin lines gouged into the wood, like something had scraped it. Something or someone had been inside. I stumbled backward, my heart racing. It wasn't a mistake anymore. Someone had been in my house. Someone had gotten so close to me, that I couldn't even hear them. I knew I should call the police, but who would believe me? A few strange marks on the door, a feeling of being watched, it all seemed so trivial. But it wasn't. It wasn't trivial. I could feel it. Something had crossed a line and I didn't know how to stop it. I stood there, my hand gripping the door frame, my mind spinning. I knew one thing for sure. He wasn't just following me. He was getting closer. It had been days since I noticed the scratches on the door frame, and the unease only continued to grow. Each time I walked into my house, the silence felt too heavy, too thick. The strange smell, that haunting scent, still lingered in the air, but I couldn't place it. It didn't belong here. It felt as though it had settled into the very walls of my home, embedding itself in every corner and crevice. I kept telling myself that I was overreacting, that I was just imagining things, but deep down, I knew something was terribly wrong. I tried to focus on other things to distract myself, work, chores, anything that could take my mind off the creeping dread that followed me. But every time I left the house, every time I returned, I felt it, the weight of being watched, the knowledge that someone was out there, waiting for me, hovering just out of sight. That feeling of being followed had only intensified over the last few nights. He was there again, right on cue, appearing at the same spot in the park, never too close, always keeping his distance, but always present. Every time I turned the corner of the park, I saw him. The figure in the hoodie, his face hidden, his steps deliberate, as if he was following my movements exactly. I couldn't figure out why he wasn't getting any closer. He never approached, never spoke, but the tension between us was suffocating. I had to get answers. I had to know what was going on. The night after I'd seen him again, I made a decision. I was going to confront him. I had prepared myself mentally for this. I had convinced myself that it was necessary, that if I didn't take control of the situation, things would only get worse. As I walked through the park, I kept my pace steady but quick, trying not to show my fear, hoping to seem confident in front of him. Every sound felt amplified: the crunch of leaves beneath my feet, the distant rustle of branches in the wind. I could feel him out there, lurking, but I didn't turn around. I wasn't going to make it easy for him. Then, as I neared the corner where I usually spotted him, I saw at the hoodie, the same as always, standing still in the shadows, watching me. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, but I didn't hesitate. This was it. "Hey," I called out, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts. "Why are you following me?" The man didn't move. He just stood there, unmoving, and for a moment I thought he hadn't heard me. But then, slowly, he began to walk toward me. My heart skipped a beat, and I took a step back, suddenly feeling like a deer caught in the headlights. But the closer he got, the more I could feel the fear building in my chest. It wasn't just that he was walking toward me, it was the way he moved. There was something off about it. It was too controlled, too deliberate, like he was a machine following a specific set of instructions. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a deep sense of discomfort watching him approach. "Stop!" I shouted, more forcefully this time, but he didn't listen. He didn't even acknowledge my words. I felt a surge of panic, my chest tightening with every step he took. I turned quickly and started to run, not looking back, knowing that if I did, I might lose my nerve. My feet pounded against the gravel path, my breath ragged in my chest, but I didn't care. I had to get away. I had to outrun whatever this was. As I reached the edge of the park, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see him right behind me. But when I turned, he was gone. There was no sign of him, no trace. Just the empty park, the dark shadows stretching across the ground as the streetlights flickered overhead. I stopped, panting, my heart racing, and looked around. I couldn't understand it. He had been right behind me. Had he just vanished? Was I imagining this entire thing? I stood there for a few moments, trying to catch my breath and calm myself down. But the stillness of the night, the eerie silence, only made the fear build again. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being played with, that this was all part of some sick game. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted, but I was certain of one thing. He wasn't just following me. He was trying to scare me. I walked quickly back home, still uneasy, still expecting him to appear around every corner. But when I reached my house and locked the door behind me, I felt a small sense of relief. At least I was inside. At least I was safe, or so I thought. That night, I stayed awake longer than usual, too paranoid to sleep. I kept checking the locks, making sure the doors and windows were secure. Every time I heard a creak in the floorboards, my heart would jump into my throat. The house felt too quiet, too still, like something was waiting for me to make a mistake. I finally drifted off to sleep in the early hours of the morning, but I woke up to something that would change everything. The door was open again. This time, it was more than just a crack. The door was ajar, just a few inches. I had locked it when I came in. I knew I had. I bolted upright in bed, my heart racing. The room felt colder now, the chill creeping under the covers. The smell, the same one from the park, was there again, faint but undeniable. It was in the air, in the walls, like it had followed me inside. I stumbled out of bed, my hands shaking, and crept toward the door. My thoughts were racing. I didn't know what I expected to find, but I was certain someone had been in here. Someone had been inside my house. I peered around the corner, my breath shallow, and immediately noticed something on the floor. Footprints, fresh ones. I backed up quickly, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think straight. My mind was spinning, and all I could hear was the pounding of my pulse in my ears. Whoever had been following me was no longer just following. They were inside my home now, and I had no idea what they wanted or what they were going to do next. But I knew one thing for sure. The fear I had felt was not paranoia. It was real, and it was only going to get worse. The air in my house felt different now. It wasn't just the cold. It was the weight of something heavy hanging in the silence. I stood there, staring at the door that I was sure I had locked before going to bed. I was still standing there, frozen, when I heard the unmistakable sound of a creak from somewhere deep within the house, somewhere beyond the living room. It sounded like footsteps, soft but deliberate, moving across the floor above me. For a moment, my mind struggled to comprehend what I was hearing. It wasn't possible. I was alone. I had locked the doors. I had checked everything. But the sound, the footsteps, they were real. The house wasn't empty anymore. I moved quickly, heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing with panic. My first instinct was to call the police, but what would I even say? Someone's inside my house, but they're not making any noise. They would think I was crazy. But what if it wasn't just some random burglar? What if it was him? The man from the park, the man who had been following me, watching me. It all seemed too connected, too strange to be a coincidence. The creak of the floorboards came again, closer this time. I grabbed my phone, but my hands were shaking so badly that I could barely dial the number. I thought about running, just running out of the house, but my feet wouldn't move. What if he was already outside, waiting for me? What if he had been in the house the whole time? The thought made me feel suffocated, trapped. I took a step forward, silently as possible, trying to calm my breathing. The floorboards beneath my feet creaked, but the sound of those steps above me drowned it out. I glanced around the room, trying to find something, anything that I could use to defend myself. But there was nothing. Just the empty silence, broken only by the sound of those footsteps. My heart raced faster, and I found myself at the bottom of the stairs, staring up into the dark hallway above. I thought about calling out, but what would I say? "Who's up there?" It seemed pointless. I didn't want to give away my position. I took a deep breath and started to climb the stairs, each step feeling like it was taking me deeper into the unknown. The closer I got to the top, the louder the steps became, until it felt like they were right in front of me. I couldn't hear breathing or any other sounds, just those steps moving across the floor in the room at the end of the hall. When I reached the top of the stairs, I paused, my hand gripping the railing for support. My body felt heavy, like the weight of the air around me had become too much to carry. I strained to hear anything more, but the house was still, deathly still, except for those steps. I forced myself to move down the hallway, my feet dragging, the darkness ahead of me growing thicker. The only light came from the dim glow of the street lights outside, filtering in through the windows. I reached the door to the room at the end of the hall, and the steps stopped. Just like that, no sound, no movement. Everything was silent again. I stood there, holding my breath, staring at the door. Something inside me screamed to open it, to confront whatever or whoever was on the other side. But fear held me in place. What if I opened the door and saw him standing there? What if I wasn't ready? Without thinking, I reached for the door handle. My fingers brushed against the cold metal, and the moment I touched it, the door swung open. I stepped back, my heart in my throat, ready to turn and run. But there was nothing. The room was empty. The bed was made. The window was shut. Everything looked the same, just as it had been when I left the room hours ago. Confusion flooded my mind. Had I imagined it all? Had I just convinced myself that something was there? The footsteps, the feeling of being watched, it all felt so real. But as I stood there, my chest heaving, I realized something. There was a piece of paper on the floor just by the window. I didn't remember it being there before. I picked it up, my fingers trembling, and unfolded it. The handwriting was slanted, uneven, but the message was clear. I'm always watching. I stared at the words, my mind reeling. My body went cold as I looked at the paper in my hands, realizing with a sickening certainty that the man had been here. He had been in my house, in this room, watching me, and I had no idea how long he had been there. I turned the paper over, but there was nothing else on it. No name, no clues, just the words. The same words I had read in my mind countless times before. I'm always watching. I stood there for a moment, frozen, And then it hit me, he's been inside. He's been inside my house, and I never even noticed. The walls seemed to close in around me. The suffocating silence was unbearable. I turned quickly, clutching the paper, my feet stumbling as I rushed back to the stairs. I needed to get out. I needed to leave. I couldn't stay here another minute. But as I reached the stairs, I froze. There, at the bottom of the staircase, was the door. The front door. It was wide open. It hadn't been open when I came upstairs. I was sure of it. I turned back to the hallway, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. Was he still here? Had he been following me the whole time? I didn't know how he had gotten in, but I knew one thing for sure. He was still here. I backed away from the stairs, my legs trembling beneath me. I couldn't let him corner me. I couldn't let him get any closer. The front door was open, and he was waiting for me. I could feel it. I could feel him out there, just beyond the threshold, just beyond the darkness. I needed to leave. I needed to get out. I didn't care about the locks or the windows. I didn't care about anything anymore. I ran down the hallway toward the back door, but when I reached it, I stopped. There, just on the other side of the glass, standing in the yard, there he was. The man in the hoodie. His head was down, his face hidden, but I didn't need to see it to know it was him. His presence was suffocating, just like before, and I could feel the weight of his eyes on me, even though he never looked up. The door wasn't just open, it was unlocked. I reached for the handle, but my hand was shaking so badly I couldn't grip it. My thoughts were a whirlwind, spinning out of control. What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to say? He never moved. He never spoke. But his message was clear. He had been inside, and he was waiting, always watching, always waiting. And I knew then, with cold certainty, that I had no idea what he wanted. The cold air hit my face as I stood frozen in front of the back door. I could feel my breath catching in my throat, the tightness in my chest growing with every passing second. The man in the hoodie was still standing there, in the yard, motionless. He was just a silhouette, shrouded by the night, his head bowed low as if he were waiting for me to make the next move. The air around me felt thicker now, the sense of impending danger more palpable than ever before. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. All I could do was stand there, staring at him. I had to act. I had to do something. I reached for the door handle, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. The sound of my heartbeat seemed to drown out everything else, the deafening pulse that rang in my ears. I didn't know if I could open the door without him noticing. I didn't know if I could even outrun him if I tried. The fear of not knowing what was coming next, what he wanted from me, was enough to paralyze me in place. But there was no choice. I couldn't just stand here forever. I twisted the handle quietly, trying to make as little noise as possible. The door creaked softly as it opened, and I winced at the sound. My stomach lurched. Every instinct in me told me to slam the door shut and lock it, but I knew that wouldn't help. I knew that if I was going to get out of here, I needed to keep moving, to keep ahead of whatever this was. I stepped out into the yard, keeping my eyes on the figure. His posture was still rigid, his body unmoving. I tried not to breathe too loudly, to make too much noise, but every step I took seemed to echo in the silence of the night. I moved to the side of the house, hoping to circle around to the front, but every step I took felt like it was leading me deeper into the unknown, further into the trap that had been set for me. I wasn't sure if I was being paranoid, if this was all in my head, but the feeling of being watched was too strong to ignore. It was suffocating. My thoughts raced. What if this wasn't just some random stalker? What if it was someone who had been watching me for longer than I realized? What if this man had been inside my home before I even noticed? The strange feeling in the pit of my stomach grew heavier, gnawing at me. It was as if my body knew something my mind hadn't yet caught up to. I tried to stay as calm as possible, but my heart was thudding in my chest, and my mind kept racing. I couldn't stop thinking about the scratches on the door, the footprints around my car, and the strange smell that had lingered in my house. All the signs were pointing to one conclusion: someone had been inside. Someone had been in my house, watching me. I turned the corner of the house, heading toward the front yard, but the moment I stepped into the open, I stopped dead in my tracks. The man was no longer standing in the yard. He was gone. I blinked, staring into the darkness. I had no idea where he had gone, but the absence of his presence only made my stomach churn more. He had been there just seconds ago, and now he was gone. The air felt still, eerily quiet, and I knew something was wrong. I had no idea where he had gone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still nearby, still watching me, waiting for the right moment. I took a hesitant step forward, my mind racing. I knew I shouldn't go outside, but I couldn't bring myself to retreat back into the house either. My instincts told me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible, but there was something holding me back. I didn't want to be caught off guard again. I didn't want to be vulnerable. I walked toward the driveway, my eyes darting around, scanning the shadows, waiting for any sign of movement. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, every muscle in my body tense with fear. It felt like the whole world had gone quiet, like the universe had held its breath. I stopped at the edge of the driveway, looking down the empty street. The lights were dim, casting long shadows across the pavement. The houses on either side were still, silent, no movement, no sounds, but something felt wrong. The world felt wrong. Then I heard it, a soft rustling sound, barely perceptible at first, but enough to make my blood run cold. It came from behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat. The man was there again, standing just at the edge of the yard, his figure barely visible in the darkness. He was watching me, but this time his head was raised slightly, as if he were finally acknowledging my presence. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could feel the weight of his stare, cold and unblinking. "Why are you doing this?" I found myself whispering aloud, though I knew he wouldn't answer. I didn't even know if he was capable of speaking. His silence had been his language all along, his eyes, his presence, his waiting. He took a step forward, and I took an instinctive step back. My hands were clammy, my breath shallow, but I stood my ground. I wasn't going to let him intimidate me any longer. But then something changed. His body shifted, and his movements became less rigid, less mechanical. There was a subtle shift in his posture. It was as though he had been waiting for me to say something, to make the next move. I had no idea what was going through his mind, but I felt a growing sense of dread. It wasn't just the stalking, it was the waiting. He had been waiting for something, watching me, marking every step I took. I wanted to turn and run, to scream, to call for help, but something inside me told me not to. I had to face him. I had to understand what this was. He was just standing there, silent as ever, his figure silhouetted against the dark sky. And then, for the first time since I had seen him, he raised his hand. It wasn't a wave or a gesture of recognition. It was slow, deliberate. He pointed toward me, toward my house. The gesture was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. He was telling me something, or warning me. I felt my knees buckle slightly, the weight of the moment settling in. This wasn't just a man following me. This wasn't a random occurrence. This was deliberate. He was here for a reason. And whatever that reason was, I wasn't ready for it. Before I could move, he stepped back into the shadows, disappearing from sight as quickly as he had come. The street was still, quiet again, but the silence felt suffocating now. I was left standing there, alone in the dark. My house felt miles away, like I couldn't reach it, like the distance between me and the safety of my front door had grown impossible to close. And then I heard it, a sound from behind me, a soft, whispering voice. "You're too late." I turned, but the yard was empty, and I realized, in that instant, that the man wasn't just following me. He had been waiting for me. And now I was running out of time. I stood there, frozen, my breath coming in short gasps as the whisper echoed in my ears. "You're too late." The words seemed to linger in the air, settling around me like a thick fog. My heart pounded painfully in my chest, my body locked in place, unwilling to move. I glanced around, desperately searching the yard, the darkness, for any sign of the man, but there was nothing. Just the silent, empty street, the stillness of the night. I was losing it. I had to be. There was no other explanation. A man had been following me, watching me, and now he was gone, leaving behind nothing but that cryptic message. The unease I had been carrying with me for days had reached a boiling point, and I felt like I was on the edge of a breakdown. My hands were trembling as I reached for my phone. I knew I couldn't handle this on my own. I had tried, but the paranoia, the fear, it was too much. I had to call someone. I had to tell someone what was happening, and the only people who could help me now were the police. I dialed the number quickly, my fingers slick with sweat. As the phone rang, I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me. Maybe I wasn't imagining all of this. Maybe I hadn't just gone mad. Maybe someone else could finally see what I was seeing, understand what was happening. When the dispatcher answered, her voice was calm and professional, but I could hear the concern in her tone when I told her what had been happening. "I don't know who he is," I said, my voice shaky, "but he's been following me, watching me, every night. I don't know how to make it stop. And now I think he's been inside my house. My door was open, and there are marks on the walls. I've seen him in the park. He knows where I am. He's always waiting for me." There was a long pause on the other end. "Ma'am, we're going to send an officer over right away. Can you stay inside, lock your doors, and stay on the line with me until help arrives?" I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "Yes, I'll stay inside. Two just don't know what to do." The dispatcher instructed me to stay calm, to not go outside, and to stay near a phone. I told her I would, even though the tightness in my chest made it hard to breathe. The waiting was unbearable, but I forced myself to sit on the couch, my eyes darting to the windows, to the door. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was out there, watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The stillness of the house felt more oppressive than ever, and I could barely sit still. It felt like hours had passed before the sound of sirens finally reached my ears, but in reality, it had been less than 15 minutes. I rushed to the front door, peering through the peephole, and saw 2 patrol cars parked in front of my house. The officers were walking up the driveway, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I opened the door before they could knock, my hands still shaking. "Thank God you're here," I said, my voice cracking. "I don't know what to do. I'm scared." The 2 officers exchanged a glance, then stepped inside, surveying the house. "Can you tell us exactly what's been happening?" one of them asked. I nodded quickly, telling them everything: the man in the park, the footprints, the scratches on the door, the strange smell in my house. As I spoke, I felt a small bit of relief, like I was finally able to release the weight that had been pressing on me for so long. I was being heard, and I wasn't alone. The officer who had been listening carefully to my account took notes and nodded as he spoke. "We've had reports of a few strange incidents in this area lately. We'll take a look around and check the perimeter of your property." The second officer, a woman, glanced at the door. "Let's start by making sure everything inside is secure. Do you have any idea if anyone has been inside your house?" I felt my stomach drop. The question seemed almost too casual, too normal, considering the gravity of what I had been through. But I nodded. "Yes, I'm certain someone's been inside. The door was open when I came back tonight, and the marks on the door frame, they weren't there before. I locked everything before I left." The officer nodded and walked toward the hallway, motioning for me to stay put. I stood there waiting, the fear still gnawing at me. What if they didn't find anything? What if they thought I was just imagining all of it? The silence in the house was deafening. Each minute that passed felt like a lifetime. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see the figure in the hoodie standing outside waiting for me. But there was nothing. The house was still, too still. The officers returned a few minutes later. We checked the exterior, the male officer said. No signs of forced entry. Everything seems secure. He paused, looking at me with a serious expression. But we did find something else. I felt my heart race. What did you find? The officer hesitated before speaking. We found footprints near your driveway. They lead away from the back of the house and into the woods behind your property. They're fresh. I swallowed hard, my breath catching in my throat. The dread that had been building inside me surged again, overwhelming me. What does that mean? Who's out there? We're going to check the area, the officer said, his voice steady. But for now, it's important that you stay inside, locked up tight. We'll have an officer patrol the area overnight. I want you to call us if anything else happens, if you see or hear anything unusual. I nodded, but the words felt hollow. I felt more vulnerable now than I had before. The police were here, yes, but the man, he was still out there, somewhere. The idea that he had been here, in my house, was too much to process. The officers left shortly after, promising to keep me updated. I locked the door behind them, the sound of the bolt sliding home somehow less comforting than it should have been. I paced around the house, unsure of what to do next. The silence of the night was deafening again. The air felt thick, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. We found the house by accident. Ben and I weren't even planning to move yet. We were just browsing listings, the way people window shop for lives they don't actually expect to live. But there it was, sitting quietly between overpriced condos and run-down foreclosures. A 2-story farmhouse with wide windows, a wraparound porch, and a ridiculous amount of charm for the price. I remember turning the screen toward him and saying, "There has to be something wrong with it." There wasn't, not officially. No water damage, no foundation issues. The roof had been replaced 5 years ago, and the wiring was old but functional. The seller was vague, a distant relative of the former owner, who'd apparently passed away a year earlier and left the place sitting empty. The family just wanted to be rid of it. We drove out the next weekend with the kids. From the outside, it looked like something out of a storybook, peeling white paint, a crooked weather vane, and these strange, beautiful rose bushes that had grown wild and high, half swallowing the fence. I remember thinking how quiet it was, not in a peaceful way exactly, just still, like the place had been waiting. We moved in a month later. Ben went back to working remotely. I stayed home to unpack, wrangle the kids, and try to make sense of the layout. The house was big, way bigger than our old place, and filled with odd nooks and narrow closets that didn't seem to go anywhere. There was a locked door in the upstairs hallway that we figured was a linen cupboard or old crawl space. It didn't open, and the key was long gone. We let it be. Then I found the room. It wasn't hidden or anything. It was at the end of the upstairs hall, just past the kids' bedroom. The door had been closed when we moved in, and somehow we'd managed not to open it during the first few days. It looked like a storage room, maybe an office, dark wood paneling, faded carpet, a low window that faced the overgrown backyard. And dolls. Dozens of them. Not in boxes, not forgotten in a trunk, displayed, arranged carefully along 3 short shelves that curved around the room like a little stage. All different types, porcelain, cloth, plastic. Some were tiny, barely the size of my palm. Others sat upright like small children, legs dangling over the edge of the shelf. Most wore dresses. A few were barefoot. I remember standing there longer than I meant to, hands still resting on the doorknob, eyes slowly moving from one doll to the next. They weren't smiling, not exactly. Some had neutral expressions, some looked almost bored. One of them, a tall, elegant thing with black glass eyes, seemed to be watching the others. I closed the door. That night, Ben laughed when I told him. Creepy room full of dolls? Yeah, that tracks. Every old house has to have at least one weird thing. I laughed too, mostly, but something about it stuck with me. I checked on the room the next morning just to see if I'd imagined how many there were. I hadn't. They were still there, still arranged the same way, still staring. I dusted, vacuumed, tried to treat it like any other part of the house. But I didn't like going in. It wasn't fear. Not exactly. It was the way the air felt heavier inside. Like it belonged to someone else. A week passed. Then the whispers started. The first time, I thought it was the kids. I'd been reading in bed, the house already dark and quiet, when I heard it, a small, breathy voice just outside the bedroom door. I got up, opened it. Nothing. Both kids were asleep. Ben had his headphones on, halfway through a late meeting. I stood in the hall for a minute, listening. There it was again, faint, like breath on glass, like a child whispering through cupped hands. The next day, I asked the kids if they'd been up. No, Mia said, mouth full of cereal. But I heard it too. A girl. What kind of girl? She shrugged. A little one. She was singing. I didn't ask her to describe the voice. I didn't want to know if it matched the doll with the blonde braids and the dusty pinafore sitting second from the left. 2 days later, I found all the dolls turned. It was early morning, and I had gone into the room to grab a box of books we hadn't unpacked yet. As soon as I opened the door, I stopped. They were all facing the window. Not the shelf, not the room. The window. Dozens of small backs, heads slightly tilted. I asked Ben if he'd moved them. He frowned like I was wasting his time. Why would I touch them? I turned them back myself, one by one. It felt stupid, but I couldn't leave them like that. I told myself it was gravity or vibrations from the old floorboards, something logical, something dull. They were turned again the next morning. I didn't tell Ben. Instead, I started closing the door every time I passed that end of the hallway. But it didn't matter. The sound followed. The whispers came every night now. Sometimes I heard laughter quick and sharp, like something was amused by me. Sometimes it was words I couldn't quite make out, and sometimes it was singing. That was the worst part. The songs were tuneless, wandering little things that drifted through the vents like wind. I'd wake up to them stuck in my head. I started sleeping with the lamp on. Then Mia told me one of the dolls spoke to her. She said it like it was nothing, like she was telling me what happened at recess. She said not to be scared, that she used to live here too. I felt my chest tighten. Which one? Mia pointed. The one in the yellow dress. The one I had started calling the Watcher. I didn't sleep much after that. Not because of what Mia said, but because I knew she was telling the truth. After Mia told me the doll had spoken to her, I tried not to react. I just nodded, said something like, "Oh, that's interesting," and kept my voice light. I didn't want to scare her. At least, that's what I told myself. The truth was, I didn't know how to process it. She didn't say it like she was joking, and she wasn't trying to get attention. She just mentioned it in passing, like the doll talking to her was the most normal thing in the world. Like it was something that happened all the time. That night, I went into the doll room by myself. It had become a kind of ritual. I'd open the door slowly, expecting to see them turned or rearranged, and they always were. This time it was the doll in the yellow dress. The one Mia pointed to. She was no longer on the second shelf with the others. She was sitting on the windowsill now, hands resting on her lap, eyes fixed on the yard. I stood there for a long time, just staring at her. I didn't move her. I just closed the door again and backed away. The next morning she was back on the shelf, facing forward, like she'd never moved at all. Ben still hadn't heard anything. He was too wrapped up in work, too tired by the time dinner rolled around to notice much of anything. When I brought it up lightly, he rolled his eyes. "I know the place is old," he said, "but come on, it's dolls. We can get rid of them if they're freaking you out." "I don't think we're supposed to," I said before I could stop myself. He looked at me. "What do you mean?" I don't know. They were here when we moved in. It feels wrong." That night, I dreamed about the room. In the dream, I was standing in the hallway looking at the door. It was cracked open, just an inch. I could hear something inside, soft whispers, like the sound of breath caught in fabric. When I opened the door, the dolls were all standing, upright, their feet flat on the carpet. They turned toward me in perfect silence. I woke up with a nosebleed. It wasn't severe, just a thin line of red down my upper lip, but I hadn't had one since I was a kid. I wiped it away and sat on the edge of the bed for a long time, trying to shake the feeling that something was attached to me, like the dream hadn't ended. Mia came downstairs around 8 that morning, rubbing her eyes and holding something in her hand. A button. Large, white, smooth, like porcelain, too big for any of our clothes. I asked her where she got it. She said the doll gave it to her. I didn't ask which one. That afternoon I went to the local library while Ben watched the kids. I hadn't told him where I was going, just that I needed a break, needed to get out of the house for a bit. The library was small and smelled like dust and glue. The woman at the desk looked surprised to see me. like she hadn't expected anyone new in town to actually use it. I asked if there were any old records on the house, historical stuff, newspapers, property records. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at me for a moment too long. Then she pointed toward the back room. Archives are there. Most of it's on microfilm. It took a while, but I found it. An article from 1987. The photo was blurry, and the ink had faded, but the headline stopped me cold. Tragedy on Cedar Lane. Girl found dead in family home. The girl's name was Eleanor, 10 years old, same age as Mia. The article didn't give many details, just said she had been found in the upstairs bedroom by her mother. No sign of forced entry, no obvious injuries. The death was ruled undetermined. The address matched ours. I asked the librarian if she remembered anything about the story. She pressed her lips together, then said, "That house sat empty for a long time after. No one wanted it." She didn't say anything else. When I got home, the door to the doll room was open. I hadn't left it that way. I walked upstairs slowly, heart pounding, half expecting to see Mia or Theo inside, but the room was empty. Except for one thing. A new doll, smaller than the others, brown hair, tiny blue dress. I hadn't seen it before, and this one was holding something in its lap. Another button. That night, I moved all the dolls into the closet. It felt stupid, pointless, but I did it anyway. I took them off the shelves one by one, not letting myself look too long at their faces. I stuffed them onto the floor of the narrow closet, shut the door, and pushed a chair in front of it. Ben didn't ask. He probably didn't notice. The whispers started earlier that night, just after midnight. They were louder now, more distinct. I still couldn't make out all the words, but I caught phrases. She knows. He doesn't hear us. We don't like the closet. Then, just before 3, I heard footsteps in the hall. Slow, light, bare feet on wood. I got up, opened the door. The hallway was empty. I checked the kids, both asleep. When I turned back toward our room, I saw something on the floor. A line of buttons leading down the hall. I didn't follow them. I swept them into a drawer and closed it tight. The next morning, the doll with the blue dress was back on the shelf. I opened the closet. All the others were still inside. I counted. One was missing. I told Ben that one of the dolls was missing. He didn't even look up from his laptop. "I thought you said you put them all in the closet." "I did." One came back. He raised an eyebrow but didn't stop typing. "They're toys, Nora. You probably just missed one. The kids might have moved it." I wanted to argue, but I didn't. I knew how it sounded. I knew he hadn't heard the whispers, hadn't seen the buttons or the strange way the dolls kept turning. It was all small things, and small things are easy to dismiss when you're not the one stacking them day after day like stones in your gut. But I knew. That afternoon, I took the dolls out of the closet again. I was done pretending I could ignore them. I lined them up on the floor in the hallway, far from the shelves. every single one. I counted 15. Then I shut the door to the doll room and locked it, using the old key I found taped behind the kitchen cabinet. That night, I didn't hear the whispers. For a few hours it felt like something had broken, like the spell was lifted, or maybe I'd finally pushed back hard enough. I even managed to fall asleep without the lamp on. Then, at exactly 3 in the morning, the baby monitor in Theo's room crackled to life. At first, it was static. Then I heard the voice. Not Theo, not Mia. A small, slow whisper, not loud, not angry, just close. She moved us. I ran down the hallway barefoot, not caring about the sound or the lights or the panic in my throat. I flung the door open to find Theo sitting up in his crib, staring at the far wall. There, just inside the room, was the doll in the blue dress. The new one. Same expression, same hands folded neatly in her lap. I grabbed her without thinking and stuffed her in the bottom of the linen hamper. I didn't tell anyone. I barely slept the rest of the night, but nothing else happened. The next day I found Theo's pacifier inside the hamper, resting on the doll's lap. I didn't move her again. Instead, I started reading everything I could find about the house. I posted anonymously in forums, asked if anyone had lived here before or heard anything strange. A few people messaged me privately. One said her grandmother used to live nearby and wouldn't go past the house after dark. Another told me about a rumor from the late 80s, a little girl found dead, something about heart failure, but everyone said it wasn't natural. They all mentioned the same thing. The dolls. I couldn't shake the thought that Eleanor, the girl from the article, was connected to them. I started looking at them differently, watching the expressions, wondering if one of them had belonged to her, wondering if she was still here. Then Mia started changing. It was subtle at first. She grew quieter, distracted. She stopped asking for bedtime stories and started sleeping with the lights on. One morning I found her brushing her doll's hair. Nothing new, except the doll wasn't one we'd bought. It was one of the shelf dolls. "You took it out?" I asked, keeping my voice light. "No," she said without looking up. "She came to me." I crouched down. "Which one is that?" Mia glanced up. "Her name's Clara. She told me about the boy who used to live here. She said he was mean to the other dolls." I tried to breathe normally. "There was a boy here." Mia nodded. "He used to lock them in boxes, but they don't like that. They like to sit out and be seen." I felt cold all over. I hadn't told her about the closet. Later that day, I opened the doll room again. The door was still locked. The shelves were still empty. I had left all the dolls in the hallway, except they were gone. I checked the hole upstairs. Found one under Mia's bed, 2 in the laundry basket, 1 sitting in the windowsill of our bedroom, turned toward the backyard. None of them had been there the day before. That night, I heard a knock at the front door. It was past midnight. Ben was asleep. The kids were in bed. I crept downstairs slowly, hard in my throat. No lights on. I didn't open the door. I just looked through the peephole. There was no one there. Only a single doll on the doormat. Not one I recognized. Short red hair, painted on freckles, no clothes, just placed there carefully, arms open. I left it outside. In the morning, it was on the stairs inside the house. That's when I told Ben everything. The whispers, the movement, the dreams, the dolls returning even when locked away. He listened quietly, watching me the way someone might watch a person about to fall apart. He didn't say I was crazy, but he didn't believe me either. "You're tired," he said gently. "This house is old, it creaks, and we've been through a lot lately." "You haven't heard them," I whispered. "They say things about us, about our family, things no one should know." His expression didn't change. That night he put the dolls in boxes, all of them. Even the one Mia insisted on keeping. He packed them in the trunk of his car and drove them to the donation center 2 towns over. He didn't tell me when he got back, just came inside, kissed my forehead and said, "It's done." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe it would stop. But the next morning there was a new doll sitting on the kitchen counter, wearing one of Mia's old baby dresses, holding a note that read, in tiny, perfect handwriting, "She's still here." I didn't tell Ben about the note. I read it twice, then folded it and put it in the back of my journal, behind the library article and my sketches of where I'd found the dolls each time. I hadn't written in days, but I kept the journal close proof for myself, if nothing else. She's still here. That was all it said. No name, no signature. The handwriting was strange, too neat, like it had been printed by a machine or copied from somewhere. It wasn't mine, it wasn't Ben's. And it definitely wasn't either of the kids. The doll holding the note was smaller than the others, pale fabric, hand-stitched, with little red dots for eyes and no mouth at all. I didn't remember ever seeing it before. I picked it up with a dish towel and dropped it into the garbage bin outside. Then I stayed up most of the night listening to the walls. There were no whispers that night, no footsteps, just silence, long and deep, like the house was holding its breath. In the morning, I checked the bin. Empty. I went back inside without touching the lid. Mia was already at the table staring out the window while her cereal went soggy. Her eyes looked glassy, like she hadn't really slept. "Did you have any dreams?" I asked gently. She didn't look at me, just nodded. I waited. "She said the boy is still angry," she mumbled. "She said he wants to come back, but the others won't let him." I felt my stomach twist. "What boy?" Mia blinked. Clara didn't say his name. "Clara, the doll, the one she'd been sleeping with before we boxed them all up. Ben had driven them all out of town. He told me that himself. He said he watched someone at the donation center take them. I believed him. I just didn't think it had made any difference." Later that afternoon, I checked the hallway upstairs again. The room at the end was locked, just as I'd left it. But when I bent down and looked through the old keyhole, I could see movement inside. Just a flicker, like someone had passed in front of the window. I opened the door, slowly. The shelves were empty, the curtains drawn, no furniture, No toys, no dolls. Nothing had been returned. But on the far wall, someone had drawn on the wallpaper 3 stick figures. One tall, one medium, one small, all with X's for eyes. No mouths. I stared at it for a long time. That evening I tried to talk to Ben again. Not about the dolls, he'd had enough of that conversation, but about leaving. Just for a while. A hotel for a few nights. Maybe visiting family. He looked tired, more tired than I'd realized. I have meetings all week, he said, and Mia's got school. You really think packing up and running off will help? We need a break, I said. Something's not right. He rubbed his eyes. Something's not right because you haven't slept. None of us have. You're wound so tight you're scaring yourself. I nodded. I didn't argue. I didn't bring it up again. But I started packing anyway, quietly. Little things, clothes I knew we'd need, important documents, photos. That night, I woke to the sound of a thud. Not loud, not close, but heavy, like something had fallen upstairs. Ben didn't move beside me. I got up slowly and crept into the hallway. Everything was still. I checked on the kids. Theo was snoring softly, curled into a ball. Mia was on top of her blanket, eyes wide open. "Did you hear it?" I whispered. She nodded. "What was it?" She pointed at the window. "He's outside now," she said. I stepped over and peeked through the blinds. At first I didn't see anything. Then just near the tree line at the edge of the yard, something moved. Not a person, not quite. It was too thin, too still. I only caught the silhouette for a moment before it melted back into the shadows, but I saw it. It was holding something. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I found muddy footprints on the porch, small, bare. They didn't match Mia's or Theo's. I took a photo, then cleaned them before Ben could see. I didn't want another argument. I didn't want him to tell me it was just a raccoon or a prank. I knew better. That afternoon, I heard whispering again. This time, it was from inside the house. Not in the vents, not behind the walls, just down the hallway, from the closet where we'd first locked the dolls. I stood outside it for a long time. Eventually, I opened the door. The closet was empty. No dolls, no boxes. But a pile of buttons had been left in the corner. A small stack arranged in a perfect circle. I backed away and shut the door without touching them. That night, I went into Mia's room again to check on her. She was sitting on her bed, facing the wall. "Mia?" I whispered. She turned around slowly. Her hands were cupped around something. "I didn't want her to be cold," she said. She opened her hands. The doll from the porch, the one I'd thrown away. The one with no mouth. I took it gently and told her everything was okay. She didn't believe me. I could tell. Neither did I. Back in our bedroom, I placed the doll on the dresser and stared at it for hours. It didn't move. But sometime after midnight, I looked up and it was gone. I found it in the bed, right between Ben and me. When I reached for it, something whispered right next to my ear, "She's coming back." I didn't touch the doll. I just lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, waiting. We left the next morning. I didn't wait for Ben to agree. I didn't give the house time to change its mind. I packed a single suitcase with what we needed clothes for a few days, birth certificates, chargers, Theo's blanket, Mia's drawing pad, and told the kids we were going on a trip. Ben resisted at first. "We can't just leave," he said, half dressed and half awake. "You don't just walk away from a mortgage." "We'll come back," I told him, "but if we stay any longer, something's going to happen." He looked at me for a long time, then at Mia, who stood by the door holding her backpack and staring down the hall like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. He didn't argue after that. We got in the car and left. I didn't look back at the house. I didn't check to see if anyone was at the window. I kept my eyes on the road until the curve took us out of view. We booked a motel about 30 minutes out of town, next to a highway and a diner that smelled like burnt coffee. It wasn't much, but it felt safe. The walls were bland, the lights were bright. The air was still. I cried in the bathroom while the kids watched cartoons. Ben sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his hands together. "You want to tell me what's going on now," he said. "Not just the dolls, all of it." I told him everything. The footsteps, the whispers, the drawings, the notes, the fact that every time I threw one away it came back. I told him about Eleanor, the girl who died in the house before us. The library records, the people online, the footprints, the buttons. I didn't leave anything out. When I finished, he didn't say I was crazy. He didn't call it stress or sleep deprivation or coincidence. He just nodded once and said, "Okay." That was enough. We stayed in the motel for 2 nights. Nothing happened. No dreams, no dolls, no whispers. I let myself believe, just a little, that we were in the clear. Then, on the 3rd morning, I went out to the car to grab a sweater I'd left in the trunk. When I opened it, something rolled forward. A doll. One I hadn't seen before. Wooden, painted by hand, small black eyes, no arms. No note, no explanation, just there. I picked it up slowly and felt a chill run down my spine, not fear exactly, more like understanding. Whatever this was, it wasn't just the house. It was the memory of it. It was us now. I didn't say anything to Ben. I didn't want to scare the kids. I wrapped the doll in a towel and drove to a local park, then buried it behind a row of trees, 6 inches down, deep enough to forget. We rented a short-term apartment in the next county. It was modern and ugly, and I loved it. No corners for things to hide, no creaky floors, no forgotten rooms. Weeks passed, then a month. Mia slept through the night again. Theo stopped clinging to my leg every time I left the room. Ben started laughing again, real laughing, not the strained kind that made you worry someone was pretending. We didn't talk about the house. Not directly. But we all avoided thrift stores, antique shops, garage sales, any place where you might find something that used to belong to someone else. I still had the journal. I kept it tucked in a locked drawer with the note and the newspaper clipping. Some nights I'd take it out and read through the pages, trying to understand what had happened. Not in a supernatural sense, just emotionally. Why us? Why that house? What it wanted? I never found an answer, not one that made sense. There was no great reveal, no family curse, no buried history waiting to be uncovered. Just a girl who had died in a room full of dolls and a house that refused to forget her. And maybe, in some twisted way, didn't want anyone else to forget either. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear it again, that faint, papery whisper, not loud, not demanding, just there. But when I get out of bed and check the rooms, everything is still. Mia doesn't talk about Clara anymore. But every now and then, I catch her staring at the walls, like she's listening again, like there's something just beneath the paint she can almost hear. She's quieter than she used to be, not in a broken way, just watchful. A few days ago, she handed me a drawing, crayon on printer paper. It was a house, our old house, but not exactly. The yard was overgrown, the window in the doll room was open, and there were small figures in every window, tiny shapes with dark circles for eyes and no mouths. "They're still there," she said. I nodded. I didn't ask her how she knew. Last night, I opened my bedside drawer to grab my journal, and sitting on top of it was a single white button. Not dirty, not cracked, clean, polished, like it had just been sewn on, then cut off again. I didn't throw it away. I didn't scream. I just closed the drawer and turned off the light. Because I understand now. Some houses don't haunt you the way you expect. Some ghosts don't knock or wail or drag chains through the halls. Some just wait. In silence. In corners. In memory. And if you listen long enough, if you look too closely, they don't need to chase you. You bring them with you.